Because
I couldn't understand a word of that. What the hell was that?
we're a morning show.
Yeah, we are.
This is what lazy morning shows do.
Well, I thought, because on Cinco
Wait a
de-
minute. Just stop there, will you? I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very American-Mexican song. It's not a Mexican.
What's it about?
Song. It's a very American-Mexican song.
What's it about?
It's an American folk song.
What are they singing about?
They are singing about.
No sé si poco de gracia. Un poco de gracia pa. What is all that?
I don't know.
You don't know what the song's
No,
about at all?
No. Do you?
No, that's why I'm asking you. You just made a comment about it's a very American.
No, I mean
folk
it's
song.
it's Los Lobos is an American Mexican band.
And Richie Valens, who had a big hit with it before them, a
Yes.
bigger hit, I think.
He had, yeah.
He was an American.
Yeah.
He was a Mexican American,
Yes.
but he was an American.
Yes.
Let's see, La Bamba, an 18th century folk song, Gina,
Yeah.
and it comes from the Veracruz region of Mexico.
Okay.
So it's not an American folk song.
Well, I just mean it's Americans have taken it over and said, yes, we like this song. It's been on the American charts.
I dare say that people in Mexico love this song as well.
You think?
Yes, I don't think that the Americans have appropriated it necessarily.
They've appropriated Cinco de Mayo, though, because I seem to have heard places that Cinco de Mayo is not really a thing in Mexico.
Because we are a morning show,
Yes.
I'll be addressing that in the opening of the show.
Okay.
But I think I'll be addressing it in a way where I gave it some thought, not just, well, I think it's an American folk song of some sort. There's a whole lot of stuff about Cinco de Mayo, which is interesting, and I will just give you a little portion
Fun
of that.
facts? Will you give us some fun facts?
Not necessarily fun.
Oh.
Facts. Again, morning shows do fun facts.
Sure, people love fun
Here,
facts.
I deal in facts. Sometimes they're fun, sometimes they're not fun. If I were just a morning show, I'd say, oh, it's always fun facts. Never have.
You follow the facts where they take you.
I do.
Okay.
I try to anyway. La Bamba, what was it written about? It's apparently a song that they sing at weddings a lot. The bride and the groom tie a ribbon together with their toes while dancing.
Wait a minute.
That's what it says.
They tie it with their
It
toes?
refers to a dance performed mainly at weddings. The bride and the groom try to tie
That makes more sense.
a ribbon together with their toes while dancing La Bamba as a symbol of their love for one another.
Oh, that's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I can pick up things with my toes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Monkey feet.
Yeah, I can do that.
I can pick up monkey feet with my toes, too.
Good.
My wife is actually very good at that. She'll use her toes to pick things up rather than bend down.
Yeah.
I'm not going all the way down
No,
there.
I don't have to do that. Look at this.
Especially if your back's hurting, like you can just walk over, pick up a sock or whatever it is.
Socks are the main thing, I think,
yeah.
that are picked up.
Yeah.
I dated a woman who smoked cigarettes with her feet, with her toes.
What?
Please tell me you're joking.
I am. I've seen it done.
I was going along with it. Bill's dated a lot of interesting people.
I would believe it, to be honest, but I was really hoping that was a joke. I can't imagine having your foot so close to your mouth.
She was very, very, very dexterous. Limber. Let me put it that way. She was limber.
Contortionist
Yeah,
style.
to good uses. Like not having to get nicotine stains on her fingers.
Yeah, I know. Well, and leaving them free to do other things.
Exactly. I think I saw somebody do that once at a sideshow.
Oh, yeah?
So, that's La Bamba, and it is. I'm still not satisfied with that.
Somebody says, I work at a boys' club in East L.A., and Los Lobos came and played for her, and, fundraising. They're really nice guys. Well, that's cool.
I have heard that they're very nice guys. Does Morrissey have a version of La Bamba?
Morrissey?
Yeah.
Did he have one?
I don't know. I only mention that because Morrissey is hugely popular with the Chicano population in East L.A. He's very popular for some reason with the Hispanic audiences. And I thought, well, maybe he's done a version of La Bamba. It wouldn't surprise me.
It's not on YouTube.
Yeah,
No.
not anything that I get. He might have another
Yeah, see,
song.
just say Morrissey
Mexican music?
Mexican music, and see
Let's
see if he does anything like that. I don't know why that occurred to me, but it would be interesting to hear him sing Alabama. I can't quite hear it. No, nothing.
Arriba, arriba. Morrissey's connection to Mexico, and especially Mexican Americans in California, where he lived for many years, is no accident, this story says.
Okay.
Or rather, it might have been an accident at first, but by now it's become something more intentional. The show Mexiracy, Mexico Loves Morrissey, premiered recently in London. I don't know when this article is from. So why do Mexicans love Morrissey? Both with the Smiths and in his solo career, Morrissey has delivered songs that wear their emotions on their sleeves.
That's certainly true.
In the bright technicolor of a Mexican telenovela, for a guy whose love life and sexual orientation have long been shrouded in mystery and rumor, he certainly projects a kind of larger-than-life emotion that you can pick up on even if you don't fully understand the language. So Mexican-American listeners first responded to Morrissey because they heard or felt something similar in his emotion of his songs. Huh.
Yeah, I did know. I had heard. I went myself years ago when I heard Morrissey was very popular, particularly in East L.A. And I went, really? That's interesting. Now, that really doesn't explain to me why, though.
Why, but... I mean, but
But it's
apparently
true.
Morrissey has leaned into it. He
Yeah.
recognizes that.
So he does. I know he's done a lot of. He cancels shows everywhere, but not there.
I'm not going anywhere, but I'll go where I'm loved. He goes where he's loved.
Well, I wouldn't you? That's what I try to do, which doesn't explain
you're
why I'm
here,
on
yeah.
here. Yeah. Well, anyway, I was. How long before we have to take a break?
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes, a minute. Here in just a sec.
I was coming. We share a building here with Ruth's Chris,
Yep.
Yes.
and they're down in the basement. And I've never been to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
I haven't either.
Very expensive, I know that. And people say their steaks are very good. They were just purchased by Olive Garden, you know.
Were they really?
Yes,
Oh.
yes, Ruth's Chris.
You can have all-you-can-eat breadsticks and steak now? It's amazing.
I think what they're going to do for steak, what they did for Italian food, dumb it down. But as I was getting on the elevator, I saw this card lying on the ground, and it's a Ruth's Chris gift card, I guess, or credit card. It must be a gift card.
It's got to be a gift card.
And it was just lying on the ground.
Are you going to go see if you can use it?
Yeah.
I bet there's a way to check if there's money on it.
And would you research that for me?
Well, I think you probably have to take it in and
Well,
they'll
no, I
swipe
think
it.
Well, I was
no,
gonna
a
say,
lot of
let
times
me-
you can go online.
I was going to say, let me see the card and I'll do what I can.
There's a pin on it and all that. But
it may be your first trip is a stolen
Well,
gift card. To
if
Ruth's
there's
Chris.
money on it, I'd like to get it back to whoever dropped it, if that's possible.
The pin has been scratched open, so I'm wondering if maybe
Somebody's
it has been
used
used.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just thought it was odd. There it is. I think what happened was somebody said, Olive Garden bought them, and threw it on the ground.
Hey!
Yeah, no, I'm not going in there. Olive Garden really did for a lot of money. There are good.
Well, there are lots of Ruth's
yeah,
Chris.
like there are like 35 or 40 around the country.
The one I've been to is in Seattle, I think, is the one. I've been to one before, but
And it's a steakhouse.
yeah, it was good.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, they bring you this. It's on the sizzling plate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like things set down in front of me that are sizzling, like fajitas.
Oh, well, then here, let me give you one of these. All right, I guess we have to take a break.
Yeah.
Well, don't sound so disappointed.
Well, I found out how to get the card balance, so I got to do that.
Are you gonna? Can you?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I've already pulled up the site.
Okay, we'll see if there's any money on it.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break and then we'll come back with your check-ins. 877-602-9696. How about that? Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you. We always like to hear from you in the morning. And we'll give one of you random checker-inners a Radio from Hell coffee mug. That's 877-602-9696. You can also text us if you like, but you ain't going to get no coffee mug, 33986.
Ladies and gentlemen,
enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the
Yes.
Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh,
It's a pie in a box.
it's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's
apple.
the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
It's
You're
the
missing
one,
out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
Missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
Travis has got an.
Oh, did he
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
remain seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a
Aw.
setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm
Yeah.
not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis
further on.
Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pie Day,
Right.
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is
implementation.
integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
see?
exactly,
Yeah.
lots of pie.
that's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
And Raul down on the border sent us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat
in England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pieman Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just
Delicious.
devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
$6.19.
And it's time to officially begin the Radio from Hell show. We'll do that, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 602-9696. I haven't checked to see if anybody's calling.
Nobody's called yet.
Okay, we'll do it.
Well, we have an extra prize today for check-in.
Not just a coffee mug?
Not just a coffee mug. In that coffee mug, we're going to put tickets to the Church of Johnny Cash, the Johnny Cash tribute band coming to the Stateroom, and that is tomorrow night. You must be 21 or older to win that.
All right, that's just to a random caller at 877-602-9696. But you got to check in. You got to bring something to us. You can't just say, "Hey, I want those tickets." You got to, you got to step up a little bit, okay? 877-602-9696, or you can text us at 33986. Let's go.
And it's brought to you by the Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss the Johnny Cash tribute band, Church of Cash, live this Saturday, May 6th at the Stateroom. Get tickets and showtimes at thestateroompresents.com.
The moon is full, 99.9% of full. The moon will rise again at 8:52. And it is full, so let's play the moon song right now.
Everybody look at the moon. Everybody seeing the moon. The moon is white, is milky white. Everybody look at the moon. Oh, yeah, I did a song.
And today the sun will rise, well, it's just rising right now, 6:21. The sun will set at 8:27 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 5th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. Cinco de Mayo, which is a yearly celebration which commemorates the anniversary of Mexico's victory over the Second French Empire.
Take that, France.
At the Battle of Puebla in 1862, led by General Ignacio Zaragoza. Take that, France. That was the Second French Empire. The Mexican army kicked their ass. But a few years later, the French came back in strength and kicked the Mexican army's ass, and
we don't celebrate that day so much.
And took over Mexico City. But Cinco de Mayo is more popular in the United States than it is in Mexico. Cinco de Mayo has become associated with the celebration of Mexican-American culture. Cinco de Mayo is sometimes mistaken for Mexican Independence Day.
That is not the case.
No, Mexican Independence Day is the most important national holiday in Mexico, and that's celebrated on September 16th, commemorating the Cry of Dolores in 1810, which initiated the War of Mexican Independence from Spain. The Mexicans have been trying to fight off foreign invaders forever and ever and ever. And the Cry of Dolores, it's the town of Dolores. And that's where
the town, okay.
And the Dolores River. And this is the Viva La Mexico edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. It's Radio from Hell with the hombres of the airwaves, the lords of morning radio, Senor Kerry Jackson, Senor Bill Allred, Senora Gina Barberi. Katie, for short,
hello,
is our also a senora, and gringo. We're all gringos, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Katie's filling in for Carrie. Carrie will be back Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We have Jan and Dawson helping out
Jay.
Jay helping out in the producer's booth. I don't know why I said Jan. I know that person's name is Jay. All right, that's it.
There's no Jan here.
No. If there were, we'd fire them. We fire
Is
Jans.
there a Jan? You're fired.
If anybody named Jan here, we're fired.
We do know Jan's here. All right, let's go to...
You might say we kick out the Jans.
Boo!
No, we're going to go to Jason.
Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
What are you doing?
Driving to work.
All right, you don't sound very excited about that today.
No, I'm very excited. It's Friday, and supposedly going to be an easy day, but we'll see. That's what they said last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
They lie to you to get you excited about coming into work. And
What sort of work is it, Jason?
I'm working in Farmington. They're working on that legacy project out west of Lagoon.
The huge bridge and all that.
That's because there's no good way to get from West Point and those places to
the freeway.
To the freeway. There's just no good way to get there.
When is that supposed to be done?
I'm hearing it's a year or so out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because all the piles of dirt have been sitting there for months, so now they're taking half of that off the hills and moving it elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
You know what? Speaking of highway construction, I just had the occasion to use the Highway 89 between Farmington and South Ogden. And we used to say it's Highway 89. I think now they're calling it the Legacy. It's part of the Legacy Parkway or something. But the way they've redone it is just so infinitely better than it used to be. It's great when you don't have to stop.
No,
there are no lights. It's just excellent, and I'm not generally in favor of big highways and things, but that's a much needed improvement.
Well, Jason,
I think it goes a lot smoother.
Yeah.
It really does. That's how I get to work every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, do you have some interest in these Church of Cash tickets? If you don't, that's okay. I'm just offering them up.
No, you can go ahead and give them to another caller, because right now I probably wouldn't be able to use them.
Okay.
So I give them to someone that would be able to use them. Plus, I don't think I'm outside my 30 days of winning a mug already.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thank you for being honest.
All right. Well,
we need to get on to somebody that
talk
maybe
to you
can
again.
get them.
Let's go to Peter.
All right. You guys have a good Friday.
Okay.
Thanks, Jason. Peter
in Pleasant Grove. What's going on?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. Have
Not
at it.
fine, just fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
We're
just
fine.
All right,
We're just
well-
fine.
Well, I actually called right there in the middle of the pandemic. I was a truck driver. I honked the horn for you. I don't know if you guys remember.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Anyways, well, I hope this doesn't put a damper on, but so the end of the last year I got fired. Then both my parents died.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
And then I had two pets that also died.
Oh, man.
But I just wanted to let you guys know.
Has your wife left you yet?
No, actually, surprisingly.
Good.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, something to look forward to.
Crossing my fingers.
All right.
Yeah. But I just wanted to let you guys know I've listened to you guys for about 20 years, and you guys are the only thing that just kept me going forward.
Oh,
thanks.
Well, I hope things are going better for you.
Keep an eye on your wife,
I
will
got
you?
my job back.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
I will.
And keep an eye on your wife. Just make sure say, honey, you need to get more sleep. Take care of yourself. Just make sure she's healthy, okay?
Well, actually, that was one thing that was kind of nice is that I was working 70-hour weeks and I had 5 months off. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Are you back driving truck again?
I absolutely am.
All right.
That's my career.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you would be interested in these Cash Tribute Band tickets, but you can have them if you would like them.
I absolutely would. However, my wife, since I have to make sure she's happy, has a work party tomorrow. So.
Okay. All right.
Well, you must.
But thank you guys.
You must attend to that. We'll see you later, Peter. Thanks for checking in with us.
All right.
See you.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
And let's see, Gabe.
Try one more time to give these tickets away.
Well, Gabe, I think we gave something to Gabe.
Oh.
Gabe, are you there?
I am.
Hello.
What is this you want to thank us for, Gabe?
Oh, I won Depeche Mode tickets from you guys yesterday.
Well,
I
congratulations.
just wanted to say thank you.
Well,
I'm going to give them to my wife for a Mother's Day gift.
Perfect.
There you go.
She'll love you
She
very
doesn't
much
care
for
for
that.
she doesn't care for Depeche Mode, but but the tickets are expensive.
Everybody cares for Depeche.
She loves Depeche Mode.
Well, good. When is that? Show's not till like November or something. Is that right?
It's something to look
Yeah,
forward
November
to.
17th or 18th.
Yeah.
You say that like there's a choice, Gina. Well, it's something to look forward
No,
to.
it's
the only thing you can do
It's
is look forward to
It's kind
it.
of fun to have things on your calendar that aren't like tomorrow, something that's down the road a little ways you can look forward to.
I'm just always sure I'm going to die before November. So.
Well, you're welcome.
Gabe, and does she know yet that you've got the tickets?
Yeah, she one of her friends told her they heard me on the radio, so
it's
she
not
knows.
not a surprise, but there you go. So
No,
if
she hates surprises anyways, so it works out.
If it's not a surprise, then you have to take her out to brunch too. You know.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, good. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. Thanks for checking in.
Thank you.
Just a quick text check-in. Just about to make my morning latte. Tried Mill Creek Coffee after hearing Bill mention it for so many years, and now I mail order the espresso because it's seriously the best around. That's from Candace in Almost, Idaho.
Oh,
Sweet.
Mill Creek Coffee.
has it mail ordered up
Yeah.
to Idaho?
I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't either.
You know, you can pretty much mail order anything.
I guess
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Chef Roy checking in. Ty checking in. Caitlin from Tooele checking in.
I thought you were about to say me, and I was like, that's weird.
No, this is other kind of Caitlin.
Oh, it's with a K. Got it.
Teacher Emily checking in. Excuse me. Moving schools at the end of this year. She says, going to miss my school soulmate teacher, Johnny, this next year. Let's see. Speaking of keeping people going, I have deep anxiety about you guys retiring someday. Love, Sid. Well, it'll happen someday.
It'll have to.
We're not vampires.
Yep.
We're not.
You know, one day you will turn on the radio and you'll hear, I don't know,
static.
Well, no, you'll hear somebody loudly exclaiming, "The boner is here and it's still as good as it ever was."
Yeah, because they'll still own that.
Yeah.
It just won't be us doing it.
It's the Not Radio from Hell boner. You'll love it.
It's less radio from Helly than ever.
Yeah. I promise we're not going to talk about politics. And here's the boner of the day.
It says, use Highway 89 every day. It's an absolute marvel how they were able to do all that.
Yeah. I think I drove it for the first time not that long ago. I mean, it hasn't really been finished very long. And I got on there and I went, what the hell?
It's beautiful.
Because I used to drive that like 3 or 4 times a week.
Let's see about the rest of your driving this morning. How about?
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Seems to be a very nice start to your Friday morning drive. Not as much traffic as the rest of the work week. You might see a few raindrops on your windshield, but no wet roads out there. Let's see. Yeah, no, and you haven't sent anything in via text. 33986 is where you do that. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, coming up after a song and some messages, we've got news first, and then Francis Christ, They're Fine, Just Fine. And a lucky listener could win
Kilby Block Party tickets.
Ooh, that's a great prize. So if you want to try and win those tickets, make sure you call in at 877-602-9696. If you call in now, you're going to be on wait for a while, but at least you're ahead of the line. Otherwise, call in the next break.
I think people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others of her ilk would call me just a sissy or a fraidy cat.
Well,
a woke scaredy cat.
They would.
A COVID coward.
Yes.
Are you a COVID coward, Bill?
I am a COVID coward.
How can we tell?
Well, so we have masks at our house.
Sure.
Yes. I usually have a couple in the car.
Sure. Yes.
I have 2 or 3 at my desk. I have one in my bag. Mm-hmm. Isn't that proof enough?
That's proof right there.
That I'm a coward, a COVID coward.
Mm-hmm.
However, yesterday I went to Costco and I parked my car and I trudged across the parking lot and into Costco, got my card, and I was pushing my cart and went, oh crap! I didn't bring a mask. I always wear a mask when I go to places
Costco's
like
a good
that.
place to do that.
And it wasn't very busy, and I thought, maybe I can't. I just can't. And I didn't want to walk clear back to the car because walking's not my friend. But I knew where the masks were being sold in Costco.
You bought a mask?
And no, not a mask. I went directly to the pharmacy area. There's 50 masks in a box. I bought the box. We already have a box of 50 at home. But I bought the box and opened it up and took a mask out to wear while I was shopping, and then I paid for the.
Don't apologize for being cautious.
That was being. I think that's being really cowardly.
Way to live your life, living in fear, sheeple.
As I walked around Costco with my new mask on,
brand spanking. Did it have that new mask smell?
It didn't have the stink of my breath smell that the other ones have. You know how they kind of get stinky.
Don't sneeze in them. That's what I've learned.
Although one thing is nice about that is that if you are around people and you have garlic breath or something, it doesn't matter because they won't get through the mask. They won't know.
What else did you get at Costco?
Well, that is interesting that you say that. As I walked around Costco, and we have here in Salt Lake, the Costco on 3rd West and 17 South is the world's largest Costco. And we don't sell alcohol there.
Yeah.
And Costco, I think I've heard in America, sells more wine and alcohol than any other entity in the country.
They've got a great selection. Even their store brand is good stuff.
So as I walk around Costco, it's cavernous.
Yeah.
It's huge. And I don't go there very often, so I don't know where some things are.
You have to wander?
Yeah. And I end up just walking up and down so I have a list from my wife of things that we need from Costco. And so we need pita bread, and we need pot stickers, but only if they're on sale.
Well, yeah.
And sliced turkey and mango smoothie, and just a couple of not a lot of stuff. Some Brussels sprouts. This was a pretty modest shopping experience at Costco. Although then I had in my cart a box of 50 masks. And again, we have a box of 50 masks at home.
Okay. They don't go bad.
It's 100 masks.
They don't go bad.
And then
bring some here. We can use them here.
And then I'm okay. And then I'll wander along, and I'll go, V8 juice. That's right. I need some V8.
Did you hit your head and go? I
should have had a V. I'm gonna have a V8. And then I went, cottage cheese. I haven't had any cottage cheese for a long time. I'll get some cottage cheese.
You were impulse buying.
Yes, and I was hungry, part of the reason. Yep. And then I saw a gigantic bag of prunes, although it said dried plums on it. You know, Sunsweet dried plums.
They are two different things.
Are they?
Yes. My dad grew up on a prune farm, Bill. I know. I've heard tales of.
You tell me the difference.
He's a plum purist.
Tell me the difference. Because as I recall, it was an advertising difference. They had a hard time selling prunes to people, so they changed the name to dried plums. Anyway, I bought a whole bag. It's 3 pounds. I like them, but it's going to be a while before
You're going to be Aaron Rodgers for a while.
Well, I go easy. I'll do 2 a day at most.
Here's a texter. Don't worry, Bill. I ended up yelling at one of the workers at Costco because he was telling everyone to squish together for the lines, yelling, "No more COVID, move up." I yelled at him that he was an idiot and the reason why we still have an outbreak.
And one nice thing at Costco, too, and I always look for him when I go there. There's a guy that works there, and all he does is collect carts.
Yep.
Kenny.
Yeah.
It's Kenny, and I think he's from New York.
He always spots us. Yeah.
And I hadn't seen Kenny for a long time. I met Kenny at Costco. He's from New York. He found our show, and he loves our show. But this is my encounters with Kenny every time. Kenny! Bill, how's it going? Good. How's the radio? Good. How's the family, Bill? Good. Have a great day.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's Kenny.
Yeah, I like Kenny.
Yes. So prunes.
Yes. Yes.
So there are many varieties of plums.
Of course.
Okay.
Not all of them can be made into prunes. There's a specific variety of plum that can be a prune.
Okay, that's fine.
So not all plums are prunes.
Correct. No, not all. Not all plums are prunes.
Right.
There are many varieties of plums. Only certain ones can be made.
Only certain ones
can be prunes.
Yes.
Okay. Or perhaps dried plums.
Yes.
So dried plums and prunes are the same thing. It really was. It was the national or the California Prune Board who said people aren't buying enough prunes, and we think they got a bad rap. Let's change it to dried plums. People love dried fruit. Let's change it to dry. They're prunes. They're prunes. And my wife did say, I've seen a lot of recipes lately for like chicken with prunes cooked, and pork with. So I'm going to try some of that.
You're going to be all Aaron Rodgers in the bathroom now.
No, I go easy. I know my limit when it comes to prunes. Excuse me, dried plums.
See, COVID coward, you were calling yourself.
Yeah.
Sue and I went to this baby shower on the weekend, and we pull up to the house, and there's a lot of cars. and I got nervous.
You know it's going to be crowded.
She said, "We can't." These are my friends. Everything will be fine. And I said, "Okay, great." And then I'm walking up, and one of the cars had a Trump bumper sticker on it. I turned around, and I said, "We're not going in. We're not going in. I'm sorry."
Did she?
She said, "No, you're going in."
And you did go in.
And I did go in, and I went downstairs where no one else was, and I hid down there.
But you had a mask, too, right?
No, I was not allowed to bring in a mask.
Oh.
Did you identify who was the owner of the Trump car?
I have a feeling.
Didn't really. I don't think you'd want to really try to find him.
Didn't want to try to find him, but I have a feeling I know who it is.
Blondie. I don't think I need to say the title of the song, but it is Call Me.
What? Really?
6:40.
You seem disappointed, Bill.
I thought it would be called something else.
You would think.
I thought it would be Call Me, parentheses, call me anytime at all.
Anytime. Anytime. Should we do news here?
We should.
Yeah, except I'm sort of not quite ready.
I'll read the
Okay, read it slow.
Sponsor slowly. Punk legend John Doe is the Salt Lake Film Society's guest programmer. See, this is the kind of cool thing that Salt Lake Film Society does. They bring in different people to talk about films and things. So, the Salt Lake Film Society's guest programmer for Music May.
Oh.
Featuring a unique collection of hard-to-find films for music lovers that can't be missed. Without SLFS at Broadway, you'd never be able to see them on the big screen again. Get showtimes and tickets at slfstix.org. This is why we love Salt Lake Film Society and why you should be a Red Carpet Club member, because they'll get you in special alerts when things like this happen.
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Oh, you going to play an intro?
Yeah, if it'll play. There we go. Oh, there we go.
Another shooting in Serbia.
Oh.
This is weird. Suspect in custody after an overnight manhunt in the attack, which also injured at least 14 people. This is 8 are dead in Serbia a day after a school massacre. The authorities gathered evidence at the scene of the shooting in Dubona, Serbia, near Belgrade. This kind of thing does not happen in this part of the world. Serbian police arrested a suspect early Friday after an hours-long overnight manhunt for the gunman who killed 8 people, injured 14. The attack late Thursday was the second mass shooting in the country in 2 days and rattled them, still reeling from the attack at a school that killed 8 students and a security guard. An official 3-day mourning period for the earlier shooting was set to begin today.
Oh.
The arrest of the suspect in the second shooting was made near the city of Kragujevac, which is about 40 miles south of where the attack began, according to the Interior Ministry.
Is there any theory as to why this is happening?
Not at this point. And the Proud Boys, ex-Proud Boys members, the leader, Enrique Tarrio, found guilty of seditious conspiracy.
Good.
That's a serious charge.
Mm-hmm. And very hard to prove. And
yes.
They did.
Former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and 3 others, members of the far-right extremist group, have been convicted of a plot to attack the U.S. Capitol to keep Donald Trump in power after the Republicans lost the 2020 presidential election.
They did?
A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing from dozens of witnesses over more than 3 months in one of the most serious cases brought in the stunning attack that unfolded on January 6th. Jurors cleared a 5th defendant, Dominic Pezzola, of the sedition charge, though he was convicted of other serious felonies. The judge excused the jury without delivering a verdict on some counts, including another conspiracy charge, after jurors had failed to reach a unanimous decision on Pezzola. And let's see, I don't think they've sentenced him yet. But the charge carries
20 years,
carries a prison sentence of up to 20 years. Saturday Night Live, Kieran Culkin, Jennifer Coolidge were set to host the final 2 shows before the season was shuttered. But the writer's strike has, looks like this will be the end of season 48.
Not just that. Drew Barrymore was supposed to host the MTV Music Awards this weekend.
Yeah,
she said nope.
She said no because as a writer's strike solidarity move.
Not going to do it. British musician Labyrinth, who wrote the score for the first season of the HBO's Euphoria, was set as the musical guest for the Culkin episode. Foo Fighters were set to close out Coolidge's episode. Nope, not going to happen.
Are you caught up on Succession?
No.
Okay.
No.
We'll just leave the.
I have just watched.
Kieran Culkin's in
Yeah.
I've just watched the episode after the big event. You know, and I won't say what it is because there are probably people who still don't know. Little Conwood Canyon has reopened.
That happened faster than I thought it would.
The temperature rise over the last few days have accelerated snow melt, of course, and fueled flood risk with flood warnings and watches still in effect across much of the state. But temperatures are dipping now, and that should back things off just a little bit. But that big mudslide that kept the canyon closed, they've got that all cleared away, and the canyon has been open again, and things are flowing smoothly there. Senator Mike Lee, talking about President Biden and the debt ceiling, he says Biden's playing chicken with our budget. His plan doesn't appear to have the votes, and Mitt Romney says he's going to support the House Republican proposal. Mike Lee thinks President Biden's offer to look at the Republican proposed spending cuts, but only after they pass a condition-free debt limit increase, is disingenuous. Look, this is a way for the White House to say, heads we win, tails you lose. We're not going to fall for that, Lee said. No, we keep talking in the news about the Republicans have submitted a plan. They submitted a plan. They say, we'll raise the debt ceiling if we can have these spending cuts. But nobody's been talking much about what those spending cuts are. I was just looking for that, and that's why I was a little slow getting things together. What have the Republicans proposed to cut? These are the spending cuts. Well, first of all, they vote, we'll raise the debt limit, and then we'll put a cap on budget increases. Then we want to impose work requirements for federal aid.
Oh, we're back on that, are we?
Which doesn't work and is not a good idea.
Not everybody's able to do that.
We want to severely cut funding for the IRS. You know, the agency that gathers the money that the government needs to run.
Well, we don't want them looking too closely into our rich friends and their business dealings.
They will nix $80 million in additional IRS funding, including funding for thousands of more agents. You know, thousands of more agents who can go out there and collect more money for the government. They want to will recoup unspent pandemic relief funds. How will they do that? The American people are tired of politicians who use COVID as an excuse for more extreme inflationary spending.
Well, that's kind of done.
That's just talk. That means nothing. They want to unwind Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program.
Well, that's in the court right now.
Yeah,
so
hasn't really gone anywhere. Repeal provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. That was signed into law by Biden last year as Democrats' marquee health care, tax, and climate bill. The $740 billion package passed with only Democratic support. But then the money started flowing into Republican districts, and Republicans said, see what we're doing for you here?
Look, we're building that bridge that I didn't vote for, but now it's happening.
They want to implement the Republicans' signature energy bill. It's called the Lower Energy Costs Act. The legislation aims to boost American energy production, you know, drill for more oil.
Drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, and decrease dependency on foreign oil. This is all pipe dreams. This is all smoke and mirrors is essentially what it is. They want to cut.
Well, and don't they want to cut veterans' benefits?
It doesn't say that here. It doesn't say that here.
Like I saw that.
I don't know if now that could be a Democratic
I saw that it was
saying they're going to cut that. Whether it doesn't say that here that they've proposed it. They say they want to cap budget increases. It doesn't.
I'll look that up.
That doesn't mean that it isn't there. But let's see now. Drones attacked. Drones from Kyiv attacked the Kremlin in Moscow, and and Putin, Vladimir Putin, is saying this was directed by the United States government. Drones attacked the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The Russian drones attacked Kyiv in a retaliation for an attack on the Kremlin. Now, a drone strike on the Kremlin, there was a little tiny bit of damage. It was a very minor thing.
Uh-huh.
But as things stand now, Ukraine has been restricted, shall we say, from carrying on any fight outside of the borders of Ukraine.
Right.
The United States has said to Ukraine, do not
protect your stuff.
Protect your borders, but don't attack Russia. Yeah. Don't go over the border. Don't do that.
That could escalate things dramatically.
Now, we've said, the United States government has said that repeatedly, but a drone did strike the Kremlin in Moscow. Like a little tiny, it was like just tiny thing.
Yeah.
And Russia is saying that's because that's the United States did that.
I think if the United States wanted to attack the Kremlin, they would attack the Kremlin in a larger fashion.
Let's back up from that. The United States would never attack the Kremlin.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, would never do that. Clarence Thomas has more problems. Activists holding signs during a press conference on Wednesday demand Justice Clarence Thomas resign from the United States Supreme Court after revelations of questionable trips and financial disclosures. And Supreme Court Justice facing now this billionaire Crow apparently paid thousands of dollars in tuition to a private boarding school for Thomas's great nephew,
who he was raising.
Yeah, he was raising as a son. And
so there's that, and then there's also a Republican donor paying Ginny Thomas under the table for some work that she had done. And I saw Mike Lee defending Thomas and saying, oh yeah, well, what about Sonia Sotomayor? She got millions of dollars from a Random House book company. Yeah,
for writing a
book.
Yeah,
she wrote more than one book, and they published it and paid her, and she disclosed that yes, I made this, but apparently Random House came before the Supreme Court for something, and she didn't recuse herself. She wrote a book and got paid for. This is not the same.
No, it's not nearly the same thing. And I heard somebody say, you know what Chief Justice John Roberts has to do? He should go before Congress and say, we're going to make sure we revamp our ethics rules for the Supreme Court. And I thought, you mean you're going to start having ethics rules for the Supreme Court? And that's just about it, except to tell you for Mother's Day.
Yes.
And if you really want to do something special for Mom, KFC is offering free nuggets for Mom on Mother's Day.
Thank you. I will take advantage of that.
So there you go. How can you tell your mother you love her better than saying, Mom, I'm getting you some nuggets from...
My kids know me. They know how I feel about nuggets.
All right, that's it.
Sports, we had a win for the Salt Lake Bees over the Tacoma Rainiers last night, 8-7. They play again tonight at 6:30. And kids can run the bases, which is a fun thing to do. They're having kids run the bases tonight.
I don't want to run.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but most kids like to run.
I like to run.
In the NBA, the Golden State Warriors over the Lakers, 127-120. That series is tied 1 apiece. We've got the Celtics and the 76ers tonight at 5:30. That is also tied at 1 apiece. Nuggets and Suns play today at 8 p.m. in the NHL. Dallas Stars over the Seattle Kraken, 4-2. That series is tied at 1 apiece. And Bills Maple Leafs lost to the Panthers 3-2. Devils and Hurricanes play today at 6 o'clock. And RSL plays Houston Dynamo tomorrow at 6:30. That is your sports weather. So we're now in this cooler, rainier pattern. Mostly sunny today, though. The next chance of showers will probably be afternoon today. 50% overnight tonight, high of 65. And we stay in the 60s with this rainy pattern through most of the weekend. We'll save traffic for the end, Katie, because I know that we have a guest we have to get to.
That we do.
What? Oh.
You sound like you're haunting, Francis.
Good morning. I know. I was sort of all sleeping. I was having a dream.
Oh.
That I was dating the Property Brothers.
Both of them?
Both of them.
Oh, well.
It was a Francis Christ sandwich.
I'm sorry we woke you from that. You only have one more day of filling in for your brother, Frank Chris.
Thank goodness for that. And I'm sure the audience is feeling that way as well.
It's time for Francis Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine. I don't really care that much about these celebrities that Frank, my brother, loves so much. I'm the reaper of the souls of home improvement show hosts. And it's a slow job because they're mostly pretty young.
It's true.
Although Bob Vila is in trouble.
Well, Francis, we have a contestant on the line.
Mm-hmm. I have a list of celebrities if you're ready to play. Who is the contestant?
Stefan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, it's Stefan, is it? How are you?
Yes, sir.
How are you, Stefan? And it's ma'am.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Yeah,
it's
good.
ma'am.
And it's not sir, it's ma'am.
Obviously, this is a woman.
Oh, I'm sorry,
or
ma'am.
used to be.
Yes, that's all right. It's Francis Christ, Frank's sister.
You're playing for Kilby Court Block Party tickets coming to Utah State Fair Park May 12th through the 14th. This is a 3-day festival. You're going to get tickets to the whole thing. Household names like The Strokes, Pavement, Yeah, Yeah, Yeahs, Run the Jewels, and more. There's more information at x96.com.
All right, tell me your name again, sir, please.
It is Stefan.
Stefan, all right. Stefan, I'm going to read you the list of celebrities. These are 4 famous Mexican Americans in honor of Cinco de Mayo.
All right.
All right. Number 1 on the list, Edward James Olmos. He played Lieutenant Marty Castillo in Miami Vice, William Adama in the reimagined Battlestar Galactica, and teacher Jamie Escalante in Stand and Deliver. His father was a Mexican immigrant who moved to California, and his mother was an American of Mexican descent. Number 1, famous Mexican-American, Edward James Olmos. Number 2 on the list, Freddie Fender, country and rock and roll musician known for his work as a solo artist and in the groups Los Super 7 and the Texas Tornadoes. His hit songs were, of course, Before the Next Teardrop Falls and the subsequent remake of his own Wasted Days and Wasted Nights. He remade the song. He did it with the Texas. It doesn't matter. He was a big hit. Fender was born in San Benito, Texas, to Margarita Garza and her Mexican husband. Number 2, Freddie Fender. Number 3 on this list, Esperanza Spalding. Isn't that a lovely name? Esperanza Spalding, a bass player, singer, songwriter, and composer. Spalding began playing music professionally in her childhood, performing as a violinist at the Chamber Music Society of Oregon at the age of 5. Ooh. She was later both self-taught and trained on other instruments, including guitar and bass. Her proficiency earned her academic scholarships to Portland State University and the Berklee College of Music. Her father was African-American, and her mother of Welsh, Native American, and Hispanic descent. Number 3, Esperanza Spalding. And finally on the list, Vicky Carr. Her real name was Florencia Vincenta de Casillas Martinez Cardona. She was born in El Paso, Texas, to Mexican parents. She performed in a variety of musical genres, including pop, jazz, and country, but her greatest success came from singing in Spanish. Number 4 on the list, Vicky Carr. So, of those 4 Mexican Americans, who is no longer with us?
Is it number 3?
Number 3, Esperanza Spalding.
She's the youngest, I think.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, she's quite young and lovely, 38 years old. The taint of death has not begun to touch her.
Why don't you give
Shall I give him another
try?
Stefan, I'll give you another chance. Here we go. Is it Edward James Olmos? Freddie Fender or Vicky Carr?
I think it might be Freddie Fender.
Freddie Fender is correct. Wasted days, wasted nights. He died in the year 2006 at the age of 69. I believe he had cancer.
Oh, well, Stefan, you have correctly selected the celebrity that is no longer with us, and now you get to go spend several days at the Kilby Block Party.
Those will not be wasted days and wasted nights. That'll be fun. Congratulations,
I'm going to propose to my girlfriend there. So.
Really?
I might.
During the yeahs.
Will you?
I might just join you.
Will you call us back and let us know how that goes?
I hope I have good news, and I definitely will.
That would be awful if she said no.
Ew, no.
I figured if I do it in a big group of people, then it's going to be hard for her to say no.
That's true. All right. Stefan, hang on. Somebody will tell you how to get those tickets. I have to hop on my bicycle and pedal away now. It's been lovely to be with you this week.
Thank you, Francis.
Oh, hello. Sean Means is here. Hi, Sean.
He's not a home improvement celebrity, so you can leave him alone.
All
He's
right.
fine.
Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, Francis.
Bye.
Pedal, pedal, pedal,
Pedal.
pedal. I thought you had pedal sounds there.
It's very quiet.
Oh, it's under there. Okay.
It's very quiet today.
I told you you needed a bicycle bell.
None of them were proper.
All right.
Coming up, we've got movie reviews with the aforementioned Sean Means right after this.
Traffic really quick?
Oh, you want traffic too?
I do.
Okay, well, the good news is things are fine.
Oh,
so
okay.
move along,
They're
please.
just fine?
Yes, they're just fine.
All right, Sean Means after this. Stick around.
Utah Talk.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Yeah. Hey, Lehigh, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your body.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof or do they float? Will Lehi's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say,
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders.
It's 7:05. We got Sean Means in the studio. Is it sponsored, Gina?
Yes, the newest Magic the Gathering set, March of the Machine, featuring booster packs, booster boxes, bundles, decks, and singles, all available now at Haster Games. Drop by the store, 6831 South State, or click HasterGames.com.
Well, Sean Means is here. Sean Patrick Means of the Salt Lake Tribune. He is a culture editor, the culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune, and he's also a movie reviewer. You can see, you can appreciate Sean's work from afar because he's supposed to be behind the scenes, really, as the culture editor at sltrib.com, although you do byline occasionally, right?
Once in a while.
And Sean is also a movie reviewer, as I mentioned, and you can find that at moviecricket.net.
Mm-hmm.
And Sean's going to review. We've only got 2 movies here.
Yeah, I mean, that invisible editing hand doesn't move itself. So
Yeah.
some weeks get busy.
Yeah.
Also, there wasn't a lot of big stuff other than the one big movie this week.
Nobody wanted to compete.
Nobody wants to compete with Marvel on what's sort of the unofficial start of the summer movie
And,
season.
and Mario is still out there making money and...
For some reason.
Yeah.
We'll get to Guardians of the Galaxy in a second,
Yep.
then. But
we got one art house movie.
I really like to hear about this because Jimmy Chin, I know from the mountaineering movies, he's a brilliant photographer and climber. So tell us about this movie he's involved with.
It's called Wildlife, and it's directed by Jimmy Chin and his wife, Elizabeth Chai Vasser-Healy. They did Free Solo, which won the Oscar a few years ago.
What a good movie.
Great movie. And this is about another couple that they know, Doug and Chris Tompkins. They were both executives in big clothing companies in the 70s and 80s. Doug co-founded the North Face and Esprit, if you remember Esprit, and made a big fortune. And then Chris Tompkins, she rose through the ranks to become the CEO of Patagonia.
Oh, with the Yvonne Chouinard.
Yvonne Chouinard, and Yvonne is buds with Doug, and there's it's a small community.
Yeah.
In the 90s, they both sort of chucked the corporate stuff. They met. They went to Chile. They got married, mostly in that order. He invited her to Chile basically as a third date. And he had bought a farm. Doug had bought a farm and some other parcels of land, and he'd had the idea that he wanted to eventually buy up a lot of land and give it to the government of Chile to turn into a national park. Now, the Chilean government and the locals were suspicious of this at first. They didn't trust Americans, for starters.
Oh, this is where Patagonia is, right?
Yeah, the actual Patagonia region. Yes. The Chileans didn't trust Americans, and considering that the Americans
Menendez
put Pinochet in power,
and they had Menendez assassinated essentially,
or Allende.
Allende, yes, Allende.
So, and the Chileans were uncomfortable with the idea of land that was just sitting there not being logged or mined, because that's what they knew.
Yeah.
The movie talks about how Doug and Chris kept at it and eventually convinced the Chilean government, and there are now national parks in Chile and Argentina preserved for that. So it's a story about conservation and saving the planet, but it's also a love story about Doug and Chris and how they fell in love with each other as they were working to save this wild area. It's really beautiful. It's really emotional. The scenery, oh my gosh.
Jimmy Chin has just an incredible eye.
They got it. And Elizabeth. I mean, the two of them together, great filmmaking team. 3.5 stars for Wildlife. It's over at the Broadway.
I will go to that. All right, so then we got the other movie is the big one that everybody's excited about.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And like I said, it's the start of the summer movie season. It's May, and we've got a big Marvel movie to talk about.
Could you almost not go wrong with this movie? I mean, you could
actually, that's not necessarily so.
Oh, okay.
Because if you look at Marvel the last couple of years, it's not been the greatest time. I mean, going backwards from here, we just had Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Before that, we had Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Before that, we had Thor: Love and Thunder. Before that, we had Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Really, it's been 4 years since Avengers Endgame. And that's really the last time Marvel was firing on all cylinders.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you've had 2 of the Spider-Man movies, which were good, especially No Way Home with all the multiple Spider-Men was really good. Shang-Chi was really good. I forgot about the Eternals, but so did everybody else.
Yeah.
So, but Guardians, Marvel's not all the way back here.
There have been some misfires, is what we're saying.
And with this one, though, with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Marvel's not all the way back, but it's definitely an improvement on what we've been doing recently. We have the gang back together, at least most of it. Peter Quill, Star-Lord, Chris Pratt, is still pining over Gamora because she died in Endgame, but then an alternate timeline, Gamora is still
You
around.
always have an alternate timeline.
But she doesn't. But she doesn't have the same. She doesn't like Quill. She doesn't have the same relationship. So it's not. It bugs her. It bugs him that she's there and not her.
Not madly in love with him.
Yeah. But it turns out they have bigger things to worry about. Somebody's trying to grab Rocket, the surly raccoon. Or
Bradley Cooper.
Why do they want him?
That's thereby hangs the story. Something. In the attack, something gets set. There's a kill switch that is set next to his heart, and it's primed.
Oh.
And so they have to go find. Basically, they have to go find the company where Rocket came from, so they can get the code to undo.
So it's all about Rocket.
It's all about Rocket.
That happened to me once.
And
somebody put a kill switch next to my heart.
Yeah. So this leads to the new big bad guy, a guy named the High Evolutionary. Who's sort
it's
of
not a good bad guy name.
It's kind of cool because he's a mad scientist type who keeps creating new creatures and then killing them off at his whim. It's very sort of Island of Dr. Moreau sort of thing where he's like creating these new creatures.
Yeah.
Who plays the?
He's a guy named Chukwudi Iwuji, who's like a real life Shakespearean actor, very Shakespearean.
Okay.
He was on the Peacemaker series.
Okay.
I watched a little
with
of
John
that.
Cena.
Yeah, I watched a little of that.
He's a really good bad guy. Really, sells it. So yeah, he needs Rocket to figure out how to make his creation smart like him. Rocket is the one that actually worked, but he got away, so you got to go get him.
Oh, I see.
That's the setup for the movie. I enjoy this. It's smart. It's funny. It's got some exciting fight sequences. There's some funny bits. James Gunn has written and directed this one, so it's the third time for him with the Guardians. And he's about to go off and be the one of the head honchos at DC, trying to reboot the DC franchise. It's a thankless task.
Yeah.
The stuff with Rocket, there's a lot of stuff with Rocket's backstory that is really kind of emotional. It's his CG'd furry animals. And it's all sad. There's a lot of sadness.
Yeah, I can see where that would.
This is why Carrie is not going to watch this in theaters.
No. He would notice how dusty it was getting in all the theaters. I'm giving this 3.5 stars. I liked it. They're mostly positive reviews I've seen so far, although a couple negative ones. But I liked it a lot. 3.5.
And it's the same snappy soundtrack, and
it's the needle drops all over.
Yeah.
They're getting more. Because the joke has been that the first movie it was a cassette tape from the 80s,
right.
And then the second one was cassette tape a little later. At the end of the second movie, somebody found a Zune.
Oh my gosh!
So it's all loaded up with anything from the 2000s and so on. So yeah.
Now Dave Bautista is in this one.
Dave Bautista as Drax, and Pom Klementieff as Mantis. They actually have this great they're like a great comedy duo at this point in the proceedings, and yeah. Bautista,
he's turning into a pretty good actor.
I mean, Knock at the Cabin was proof that he's actually got some good acting chops.
Yeah, the movie wasn't all that great, but he was terrific in it. I thought,
Yep.
and I think he said, I really want to learn to be a good actor, and he's been working his butt off doing that.
Right. He's also said he's pretty well done with Drax. Yeah. So, and this movie does have that feel of, okay, this is the last ride.
We're done.
This is the last ride for this particular group.
So 3.5 for that, and it's playing everywhere.
It is everywhere.
Yeah. What's next week? Anything in particular?
That's the thing. Next week's kind of weird. I know about several movies that are supposedly opening, but so far there's been no effort to show them to critics around here. I should have something to talk. One of them is Book Club: The Next Chapter.
My mom wants to go
your
see
mom
that.
This is the movie for your mom.
Yep.
This is not a movie.
She has already informed us that she would like to go see that.
The first one was Jane Fonda and Candice Bergen and Mary Steenburgen and Diane Keaton as friends who had a book club, and they spice things up by doing 50 Shades of Grey. This one they all go to Italy.
Okay. By doing 50 Shades of Grey, you mean they actually?
It's a book club.
They read that book instead of like their usual boring stuff.
Well, okay, so it's a bunch of old ladies sitting around reading a book.
Yeah.
Yeah. But having
then
having it
and
inspired
then
to have
Do they act it out?
They have romantic adventures with various people.
Oh. So it's like 80 with Brady or what?
Something
it's
like
the
that.
same group of people.
Don Johnson was one of them.
Yeah.
It was kind of weird to have Jane Fonda dating Don Johnson and then talking about 50 Shades of Grey because that's his daughter in the movies. Yeah,
all right. Well,
I'll give you a full report.
That's okay. I don't need to know. I don't need to know now.
So far, I'm not sure they're showing it to us. So
I don't need to know anything more than I know now.
You already know too much.
Yeah, I don't want to know any more about it. Well, all right, Sean. Thank you very much. You can find Sean's stuff at moviecricket.net and read the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com.
We have one accident to tell you about. Crash on the connector ramp, northbound I-215 to go northbound on Legacy Parkway. Vehicles on the right shoulder, not causing any delays. And you haven't sent anything in via text, but you certainly can if you see something out there. 33986 is where you do that. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollment for fall semester.
All right, here are the boner candidates you're going to be considering. Stick with me here on this one.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1 is a two-parter. So there are two stories
for one
for boner candidate number 1. And those stories are, and the Lord created the prom and the prom king and the prom queen, and he made them man and woman. And when the Lord saw what he had done, he said it was good. And then the second part of it is, I'm going to shoot that prom school up.
I know both of those stories.
Boner candidate number 2. All right, that's it. This time you are under arrest. And boner candidate number 3. Full disclosure on my rental application.
All right, boner is coming up just after a few messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, Artie Fufkin is back on X.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up. And I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on.
Black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds good.
It's so you bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No, you have to sit.
And so did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups. I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
He is. Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
I take notes and then forget them.
You take notes?
Okay, here we go. So when Bill Frost comes in and recommends TV shows, I try to check some of them out, and I thought I would watch The Big Brunch, hosted by Dan Levy. It's it's a cooking competition where it's horrible.
Really?
What's wrong with it?
It's just awful. The people on it are awful. The way it's set up is awful. He's just not a really great host. Now I just watched one, and maybe it settles in and gets a little better.
Okay.
But
I think you just hate brunch. That's what I think. You are a brunchist.
A brunchist.
You really shouldn't say things like that without having seen it.
When was the last time you went to brunch?
I don't brunch very often.
This is my point.
But Dan Levy seems to believe that brunch is it Levy?
It's
Eugene Levy. Yeah. Dan Levy seems to believe that brunch can solve all your problems.
Well,
I don't disagree with him.
It's really.
I
not
think
good.
you're brunching wrong.
Why don't you do me a favor and watch the show? It has nothing to do with me and my relationship to brunch.
I think it might have everything to do with your relationship
It doesn't.
with brunch.
I don't have anything against brunch. I'm not a brunchist.
He's writing a book called In Defense of Brunch. He's working. I saw him working on that.
I've got a hunch that brunch is just fine. No, I don't have anything against brunch. I'll go to a brunch. It's not something that I
bet
do
you'd
often.
complain about a brunch.
Don't try me.
What?
I'll go to a brunch.
What do you mean I complain about
I
a
bet
brunch?
it would not meet your your needs. The brunch.
What? What are you talking about? If it was a brunch of nothing but liver, yes, that would not be good.
Who would do that though?
Nobody.
Like because there's brunch buffets, but then there's just a brunch where you order off the menu.
Yeah, I don't think that's brunch.
Ordering off the menu doesn't count as brunch.
I don't
it
think
has
so.
to be a buffet.
Really? I think kind of. Yeah.
No, I disagree.
I think it has to be a buffet.
Some of the more wonderful brunches I've had were off the menu.
No, but you don't, because when you go to a brunch, you want to be able to,
You go to the omelet
graze.
station.
Yeah, go to the omelet station. And usually they'll have a roast beef.
When I go to brunch, I don't want to get up from my table. I want everything brought to me as though I am the king.
No. So we have our own theories about brunch, but nevertheless, the show The Big Brunch sucks.
Yes, that's what we're.
It really does.
Right. Okay. Well, now I have to watch it. And see.
I'm not a brunchist. The judges are terrible. It's just not good.
What are they judging? The food?
Yeah, okay. So now what we want you to do here is we want you to make an egg dish that represents your personality and your goals in life. What? That's
okay. Scrambled's out.
Really? I mean, everything is every dish that they do is kind of geared that way.
Really? Well, you're poached, Bill. Clearly,
we want you to make an egg dish that tells us about your past. What?
Historical eggs?
I mean, that's what it's like, and it's terrible. It's a terrible show. I like brunch just fine.
Now, if I were a good morning radio DJ, I'd be writing a parody song right now, done to the tune of "King of Pain" by the Police, "King of Brunch."
King of Brunch.
Because I'm the king of brunch.
Yes.
There's a pitcher of mimosas on the table today.
The same old.
Yeah.
I would. Well, I'm not a very good morning DJ.
No. Well, you need time to do these things.
No. All right.
In the parking lot. That's that song.
Actually, yeah, it is. In my head, it definitely is. 7:26, time for boners.
Oh, that's right. I have to do it, don't I?
Yeah.
Usually I just would sit back and wait till somebody else does it.
No, it's you.
I do the hard work while somebody else does the easy work of introducing it. I've already done
But you have to tell us that...
I've put together these 3 news stories. These are 4 stories this time. Examples of good, or bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. These are all people who are boners. They have pulled boners. They have made serious mistakes, or foolish mistakes, or intentional mistakes, or unintentional mistakes. And I'll give you 2 stories now. Then I'll give you a 3rd story after the big boy news and opinioendo. And then when all 3 stories have been presented, you call and vote, or text and vote, which one of the 3 stories you think is the worst one. Which one is the boner of the day?
And one of you lucky boner voters will win not only a boner T-shirt, but we're going to throw in some Church of Cash, Johnny Cash tribute tickets. They're coming to the stateroom on Saturday. You must be 21 or older to win those.
Boner candidate number 1, part A, is the Lord created the prom and the king, prom king and queen, and he made them man and woman. And when the Lord saw what he had done, he said it was good.
Yes.
That's the way people, at least in Dayton, Ohio, think it ought to be. Kettering Fairmont High School made history by crowning 2 LGBTQ plus students, seniors Deshaun Connolly and Rosie Green, as prom king and queen.
Lovely.
And now the Board of Education is hearing from residents in the community who want to prevent something similar from ever happening again.
Because what is the bad thing that happens from having them be prom king?
If you want to go to x96.com/live, you can see the picture
They're
of this lovely prom king and queen. Connolly and Green were chosen for the honor by their peers at school. Most are supportive, but some, Connolly said, were unhappy with the outcome. Even when I was given the crown and I put it on my head, there was some boos in the crowd, Connolly said. I didn't hear them, only I heard the congratulating. I thought was very thankful for that. Despite support from peers, Connolly and non-binary senior Rosie Green received negative feedback online. It was hurtful to Connolly, and it took her time to heal. It was very demeaning, Connolly said. It takes a lot for an individual to be able to bring themselves back to who they are and believing in themselves and being fully confident and not letting things like that pull them out of who they are as a person. Prior to a meeting of the local Board of Education, friends and allies rallied in support of the students. So that's nice.
Prom king and queen are voted on. That means most of the students voted for them to be king and queen.
Inside the meeting, though, some community members shared differing opinions, the one Gina just gave. Local resident Joe Overholster.
Overholster? You're kidding, right?
There's not a T in there. It's Joe Overholster.
Still.
Believes prom king and queen should be a biological male and female. Quote, till the last few years about all the history in the world, it's kind of been understood that you have a reason for the last few years. It's been questioned, but you shouldn't question this thing.
You're questioning it.
It should be a man and a woman. That's the way it's always been understood.
So?
The Lord made it that way.
This is not a religious school. This is just kids voting on who they think should be king and queen.
And so there it is. That's the first part. The Lord created the prom and the prom king and queen, and he made them man and woman. And when the Lord saw what he had done, he said it was good. And then the second part of this boner candidate, the same school. A man is behind bars because he induced panic by threatening violence at the school. Around 9 p.m., 42-year-old Brandon Moore called Kettering Fairmont High School, the one we were just talking about, and threatened the safety of students who identify as LGBTQ+. A news release from Kettering City Schools said that the threat was not directed at anyone specific, but was a broad safety threat. I believe he essentially said he was going to shoot the place up. Following district safety protocols, Fairmont's on-site school resource officer was made aware of the phone call, and Kettering police were then able to identify the call came from a Beaver Creek location, and he had then advised Fairmont High School administration to continue normal school day unless we tell you otherwise. We are investigating. They managed to track this guy down pretty quickly and put him behind bars.
He's so upset about... Because I say again, what is the bad thing that happens if they're king and queen? How does that affect you in any way,
Read
sir?
your Bible, ma'am.
I don't see that anywhere.
The Lord created the prom, and he created the prom king and queen.
It's right there.
It's in the Bible. Boner candidate number 1, A and B. Here's boner candidate number 2. All right, that's it. This time you're under arrest. License suspensions are handed out to people that break the rules and are considered unfit to be driving on public roads. Unfortunately, a number of them tend to disregard their suspensions and keep driving anyway. One Long Island woman did just that and racked up 65 license suspensions before they finally arrested her. According to NBC News New York, Janelda Camille was arrested by police for continuing to drive with a suspended license. According to police, the 23-year-old woman was stopped at approximately 2:04 in the morning, traveling eastbound. Authorities allege that Camille was speeding at the time, doing approximately 95 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone.
Take her car away.
She had 65 license suspensions. When they looked up her record, they said, all right, that's it. We're going to arrest you.
Now it's the final straw?
That's it. You're
not
under
the
arrest.
42nd.
No.
Or the 32nd.
The 65th. Boner candidate number 2. All right. That's it. This time you're under arrest. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. A full disclosure on my rental application.
And that will all be brought to you by Feeling Better Just Got Easier. Prime IV. Get vitamins and minerals you need infused directly into your bloodstream and feel better. Current offers at primevhydration.com.
It's a scene becoming more common outside state capitol buildings across the country. Protesters outraged as legislators inside move to pass new laws restricting transgender rights. So far this year, 54 bills restricting transgender rights have been passed in 18 states, according to Trans Legislation Tracker. Most of those bills limit gender-affirming care for transgender youth and restrict their participation in school activities like sports. Despite the viral scenes of protest, a new Scripps News U government poll shows Americans largely support these type of laws. The poll found, so the Republicans and the right wing has found something that it can really focus on.
They need their
here.
boogeyman. Every year it's something different.
The poll found 44% of Americans support laws restricting transgender care for minors compared with 34% against. It showed 75% of Republicans support the more restrictive laws. 45% of independents support them. On the other hand, 60% of Democrats are opposed to those kinds of laws. Mm-hmm. They're seeing that people are responding strongly to the framing of this about protecting kids, and that's why they're doing it. That's why the legislatures are doing it. Oh, here's something we can get them riled up about. That's the reason. It's the coronation of King Charles III, pretty much going on tomorrow for the most part. And I thought I heard something about, and I meant to look this up, the Pope sent some pieces of what are believed to be the original cross that Christ was crucified on.
What?
To the coronation.
Let me see.
Yeah. I mean, he wants them back. You can't keep them. You know, it's the holy rood, I believe, and it's been tradition.
That sounds like an Onion story.
No, it's been apparent. Well, the story I heard, and it was on CNN. It has been tradition. So it's been 70 some odd years since there's been a coronation, but it's been a tradition for centuries that the Pope sends this.
Pope Francis has given King Charles III 2 shards of wood that the Vatican says are from the, quote, true cross on which Jesus Christ was crucified to be included in the British monarch's upcoming coronation ceremony. The shards will be incorporated into a new cross that will lead the coronation procession on May 6th.
Oh, so that they keep them. They put them in a new cross.
The new cross, which was a gift from the then Prince Charles to the Church of Wales branch of the Anglican Church to mark this century, is made from reclaimed wood, recycled silver, and Welsh slate. Yeah, they're keeping it.
Mm-hmm. So, but 2 shards believed to, and these, and you've got to know these are probably like slivers, like splinters.
Yeah. I can confirm that the fragments of the relic of the True Cross were donated by the Holy See in early April.
Of the True Cross. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
wow. Okay.
There you go. Let's see. Gina, you wanted to know more about what the Republicans. You thought that there were more cuts that they would propose.
Yes.
Here we have it. There. Oh wait, there it is. These are the cuts that the Republicans have proposed. They say that Joe Biden won't negotiate with them. They say, we'll raise the debt limit, but you've got to have these kind of cuts in the budget. They passed a bill that would increase federal government's debt ceiling in exchange for $4.8 trillion in spending cuts over 10 years. It shows what the Republicans care about.
Okay.
It's not our nation's youth, that's for sure. Republicans propose slashing funding for critical education programming that would affect low-income students, students with disabilities, and students who need mental health support. These plans would also shrink the Pell Grant program, which helps low-income students attend college. In addition, the bill would block President Biden's student debt relief plan before the Supreme Court even has a chance to rule on its legality this year. Republicans are proposing these cuts at a time when students are still recovering from pandemic-induced learning setbacks and suffering high rates of mental health difficulties. Thankfully, the bill is not likely to pass the Democratic-controlled Senate, and Biden has promised to veto it if it does. Here are some of the other cuts. They would trim funding to programs for veterans.
I thought I'd heard that.
Enact work requirements for government aid recipients in 2024. Rescind funding for 87,000 Internal Revenue Service agents. Again, that's
been a GOP talking point since it happened.
They need these agents to gather taxes so that we have money to spend, and end tax credits for companies investing in green energy.
Because
in California, the bill would remove $463 million in funding for schools that serve more than 4 million low-income children, reducing funding to the lowest level in 10 years. The bill would cut $119 million in mental health support for students, reduce programming for students with disabilities, make college more expensive for Pell Grant recipients. The bottom line is these proposals would hit the most vulnerable students, cutting programs that can help young people do better in school and thrive. In contrast, the Department of Education says that Biden's $6.9 trillion budget proposal would add funding to low-income schools and expand teacher training programs to address the shortage of teachers, which is affecting schools nationwide.
Let's do that.
Well,
I vote that one.
Mike Lee says Joe Biden's playing chicken with the budget.
Shut up, Mike Lee.
Sit down and shut up.
Oh.
And let's see, finally, this story. A California company has taken the idea of craft beer to a whole new level.
Okay.
They are making beer from recycled shower and laundry water. What we wanted to do as a company is to really showcase the untapped potential of water reuse, said Aaron Tarakovsky, founder and CEO of Epic Clean Tech. We believe there is no wastewater, we believe there is no waste in wastewater.
I mean, you can water the lawn with it. I'm okay with that.
Tarakovsky's company designs water recycling systems. They teamed up with Northern California beer maker Devil's Canyon Brewing Company to create Epic One Water Brew. It's made from purified gray water, which is wastewater from sources like showers and laundries. In this case, the gray water comes from a 39-story luxury high-rise in San Francisco.
Well, so it's
it's
rich people wastewater.
Well, yeah, so maybe there's some good stuff in it. But
they use better quality shampoos and.
I mean, I guess you can clean. It's you clean the water up enough.
Yeah, I mean you treat it, but
it's reusing the water.
This beer is soapy.
When I used to drink a lot of beer, I would always say I'm just recycling.
Yeah,
just recycling this stuff. All right, that's it.
Weather, yeah. So we're in this pattern of cooler temperatures and a chance of showers. Now it's kind of partly cloudy right now. Next chance of showers looks like won't happen till afternoon. 65 for high today. Overnight, the chance of showers about 50%, and we dip down into the 40s. And this is where we live for the weekend. Highs in the low 60s with 30 to 60% chance of showers. Some thunderstorms possible in places. And overnight lows in the 40s. Looks like that continues all the way through into Monday. Traffic. Let me refresh this and give you the most up-to-date information available. Crash on the connector ramp from northbound I-215 to go northbound Legacy Parkway. That is the only accident that UDOT is talking about. Maybe you see something and say, why aren't they talking about this accident that I'm looking at, or slow down, or animal in the road, or free mattresses, any of that. You can text us 33986. The Wasatch Reptile Expo, May 6th and 7th at the Utah State Fair Park. Check out thousands of reptile and amphibians. Admission is only $10. Kids 4 and under are free. Get your tickets and more information at wasatchreptileexpo.com.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Full disclosure on my rental application. A Tulsa man has been arrested after he allegedly airdropped naked pictures of himself when applying for an apartment. The Tulsa Police Department said at around 4 p.m. on May 1st, they were sent to an apartment complex near 71st and Sheridan in regards to an exposure via digital means. The police arrived at the scene and spoke to the victim, who said Mark Helm had arrived to apply for a unit at the apartment complex.
Okay.
During the application process, 2 employees received 2 airdrop notifications. Curious as to what they were, both employees accepted the airdrops. Tulsa police said the airdrops were pictures of Mr. Helm's unit, his genitals, and himself in front of a mirror.
Did you think that would make them go, oh, you're an excellent candidate?
Yeah. I thought you'd like to see pictures of my unit. I'm applying for a unit here. I don't.
Was it an accident, or was he messing around?
It doesn't say. It's either an accident or he's stupid.
Okay.
Full disclosure on my rental application, boner candidate number 3. All right, let's recap and get to voting, shall we? Here we go. That's the guy, huh? Oh,
yeah.
He was a bright-looking fellow, wasn't he? Okay, boner candidate number 1. And the Lord created the prom and the prom king and the prom queen, and he made them man and woman. And when the Lord saw what he had done, he said it was good. prom crowning transgender and LGBTQ students as the prom king and queen. The students are mostly supportive of it.
Yeah, they voted for them. That's who won.
Some in the community are not so supportive of it.
They looked amazing, too, though. They looked great.
Yeah, there they are. X96.com/live. And then the second part of the boner candidate is a guy in the community who heard about this, and I'm going to shoot that school up because of that. Boner candidate number 2, all right, that's it. This time you're under arrest. A woman who had 65 license suspensions has finally been arrested. And boner candidate number 3, full disclosure on my rental application.
All right, it is your turn to start voting for Boner of the Day. You can go over to our website and just click on the Boner post there. There is a poll where you can just click which one you want. You can text in your votes at 33986. It is 1, 2, or 3. Only put the number in the message of the text, nothing else, or it won't read it correctly and calculate it. Or you can even call the producer's booth. Dawson will take your phone calls at 877-602-9696. Go vote for Boner of the Day.
It's Summit.
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
It's fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne.
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a German for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs. Recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already had a couple.
One.
I've been, no, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
It's hard to find. She was on the hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when, the COVID scramble, as I call it, everybody was hoarding stuff. Mm-hmm. And but now we realize that the supply chains are fine and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well, Bill got one too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
you're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I
that.
needed new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
yeah,
you're not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up?
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Gina on X96.
7:50, and it is time to award the Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by tomato basil pasta.
And by Fat Jack's Burger Emporium, home of the Joseph Smith Fan Club Mormon-approved burger and the new Secret Boner Burger with pepper jack, candied bacon, and chipotle ranch. The thing that dreams are made of. Fat Jack's on West Temple and 2nd South.
Well, it was really no contest in the voting. Boner candidate number 2, the woman who had 65 license suspensions. And Boner candidate number 3, the guy who accidentally or intentionally, one of the two, stupidly airdropped pictures of himself naked onto a rental application he was filling out. Those, even you put those two together, they didn't come close to the number of votes that Boner candidate number 1 got. So Boner candidate number 1, 166 votes, is Boner of the Day, and now it's Boner number 5 for Boner of the Week.
Yep.
Which Dave the Flower Guy will come in later today.
Yep.
And just to tell us who the Boner of the Week is.
I was looking at that study you were talking about, Gina. I can't find it.
The teens are still influenced more by their parents than social media poll. You don't have that?
So kids are more influenced by their parents than they are by social media.
Yeah, and this came to my attention because we have our new laws in the state. The social media law, which is Utah, thinks that there is some magical way that they are going to be able to prove how old you are before you are on social media. And they will put the onus of that on the social media companies to verify people's ages.
No, I want to question the veracity of this study. Because let's put it this way. When I was a kid, there was not social media. Mm-hmm. There were my peers, however, and I cared way more about what my peers thought and their opinion than I did my parents' opinion.
Well, let's read this and see what it says. Okay. These are British teens, though, Bill.
Oh, well, there we go.
Majority of British teens are still far more influenced by their parents than social media when it comes to big life decisions, a study's found. A survey of 2,000 youngsters aged 13 to 18 found 75% of their parents as being among the most influential people in their lives. By comparison, only 3% said social media influencers or celebrity they follow on media.
Read that first percentage again.
75%.
So
say that parents are the most influential people in their life.
So we have to assume at least 3/4 of them are mama's boys.
Or daddy's girls.
Yeah.
28% believe their friends have the most influence over their behavior. The research was commissioned by an online resource, Talking Futures, whose spokesperson said, as a parent, it may seem like your teen will listen to anyone but you when it comes to advice about their future, but research reinforces just how influential parents are in children's education and career choices. So just pivoting back to what's happening here in Utah, So it's already happened with Pornhub. Pornhub has blocked Utah. Sorry, Utah, we're not dealing with you because there's a law that says you have to prove how old you are to go on to Pornhub, which would mean what? Uploading your driver's license?
Maybe.
Something like that.
Facial recognition technology?
And this will extend to the social media thing that they want to keep kids off social media until they're a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about that is to verify a kid's age, well, you need a parent to do that. So then the parent has to give their info. People aren't going to want to give their information. And I heard an argument yesterday that said, well, you know, you can't order a vape online, or you can't order without saying how. All you do is there's a button that says, are you 21 or older?
Yeah.
And you click yes, and it doesn't verify.
Or if
how
they
old
ask
you
your
are.
age, you just go, okay, well, how old am I? You need to be born in 1972 or whatever to be this old. So yeah, it's easy to bypass that.
But what about the? So there is no way that kids can order alcohol online in Utah.
No, because adults can't order alcohol online in Utah.
So why don't that? So isn't that a way to do it? Just block it. If the state of Utah is so concerned about kids getting, getting pornography online,
well, but
they should be concerned about adults getting pornography online. And does anybody really like pornography? And if we don't, why don't we just keep it out of the state entirely?
This is what I was going to say. So Pornhub blocking out Utah, going, that's it. No one in Utah can. My guess is the legislature is going, great, perfect.
Probably.
We don't want any porn available in Utah for adults or anyone. I think they're totally fine with it being blocked.
I don't know. I think what they're worried about then is that other kinds of businesses that have age requirements saying, well, we're not going to do business in Utah either.
That's what they're threatening with the social media. Mm-hmm. If Utah really sticks with, and Utah wants to push a lawsuit with this. They're expecting it to happen. They've put aside
Spencer Cox
money.
has said, I hope they sue us.
Yeah.
Bring it on. At which the state of Utah will then piss that money down a rat hole. They won't win.
Which I don't understand this, because this is where, going back to this study, parents have influence over their kids. And kids aren't buying phones. You buy them their phone, you give them their plan. Phones have lots of different ways you can monitor what they do or limit what they do. That already exists. Mm-hmm. We don't need this legislation to do it.
Well, again, I don't know as that kids are more influenced by their parents than by.
This is what kids are saying. Bill, you are not a kid anymore. Kids are saying.
But I was a kid. And I know, and I'm an adult now with kids, and I know they don't give a damn what I say. They don't give a damn. They'll do what they want to do.
We give a damn up to a point, and then we hit that age where we just tip over and we're like, we're over it, we're done, we don't care.
Yeah, I mean, really.
But kids, social media is not all bad.
No, it's not.
It's pretty much all bad.
No, it's not.
What's good about it?
It is a way a majority of kids communicate with their friends.
I'll tell them to write them a note.
I still have a shoebox full of handwritten notes between me and friends.
We managed to survive without it.
Well, yeah.
Didn't we?
We managed to survive, but this is the thing.
I think social media is a scourge.
I will say I'm glad that I grew up in an age where I was right before social media, basically. I had like MySpace in my yearbook. Mm-hmm. So most of us just spent our times outside because we also didn't have the smartphones that was logged into everything. And so we didn't have that easy access to it. And I did think it helped a little bit of our mental health nowadays, because you're not so online bullying and you're not comparing yourself to
problem.
We don't need social media. We do not need it. Now, that's not saying we don't need the internet. We do. I want to be able to research things on the internet and do all of that. I don't need Facebook. We don't need Facebook. We don't need Twitter. We don't need it.
We don't need lots of things, but it exists and people should have access
I'm not,
to it.
Don't what about me on this. Or just Sure, we don't need we don't need ice cream.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't need
It's a tool people use now, and you're not going to get rid of it. If Utah says if Facebook ends up blocking it like Pornhub has, I think people in Utah will have a fit about that. They will not.
Well, why don't we just find out? Block it all. Just block it all.
Traffic.
Yes.
Crash northbound I-215 west at 28 North in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is blocked there. That's about it. Things seem to be moving well, and you haven't sent in any traffic updates, but you certainly can if you see something out there you think people need to know about. You can text us 33986.
All right, Jimmy the Wine Guy is on his way up. Dawson needs to just go grab him really quick, and then we'll be back to have another drink with him and more after some messages.
If you're going under, then
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with Jimmy the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's not a groundhog name.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name. Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name? It's fine. If Princess, good God, Gina, you derail the story. Jimmy, that's not a groundhog. Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor, Jonathan Freund, and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on, what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed it's called. Gawker's Newsfeed, yeah. Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
little
video.
The mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel Journal reports.
What kind of?
It's a funny video. Watch the little.
My
video.
question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine
that's
mayor
a terrible
name.
mayor name.
Fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
Sorry, 8:04. We are back with Jimmy. Is it sponsored, Gina?
Yes, Mare Soleil is a.
Oh wait, you're going to mention what this wine is, aren't you? I want to guess what variety this is.
Okay.
Without
It's not in the sponsor.
Okay. I just took a sip of this.
That's fair.
And I want to guess what it is.
Hold,
Okay.
hold
Nice.
please.
Okay.
All right.
Sponsor, Gina.
Mare Soleil is a Santa Lucia Highlands wine that's been cooled by the bay and kissed by the sun. Wine the way it should be.
All right.
Nice.
It's Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy. WineAcademyOfUtah.com is where you can find Jimmy's stuff all the time. Yes, I know it's on social media.
You really should follow
right.
Jimmy on social media.
Now-
It's great because he'll focus on the wines that he talks about here, and he'll talk about his events that he has coming.
Now, I took a sip of this one, the first one you handed me. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to take another sip here, just a little.
So we're doing a little blind wine tasting with Bill today. So when you approach a wine with blind wine tasting, you want to look at it, smell it, and put it to the palate. And when you're assessing wines by color, you break them down between white, rosé, and red. Of course, this is a white wine; it's not a rosé or red. And the break down white wines between lemon gold and amber color. Amber colored wines show a little bit of browning, a little bit of that's an indicator of age. Little molecules of oxygen will get into the cork and then brown the wine.
And
this doesn't show any of that.
You taught me how to hold up like a white piece of paper and look at it against that.
Tip that glass at a 45-degree angle away from you. Hey, I'm the wine guy. I'm drinking out of plastic cups. You guys got all the glasses. I love it.
Now I'm going to guess this is Sauvignon Blanc.
Very close. And the reason you think it's Sauvignon Blanc is because of the high acidity. When you put wine to the palate, you've got that tartness on the side of the tongue. Some wines show that, and I'm not going to disclose the wine. Some wines show that because of the high acidity, or they were unoaked. They weren't aged in any oak barrel.
Okay.
So they remain their stainless steel, which Sauvignon Blanc is known for. The wines you have before you are the exact same grape varietal. By the same hand of the producer. So the reason we're featuring this is it's so fun to show what the hand of the winemaker can do.
How different it can be.
So how different it can be.
Okay,
so smell the second one.
What's this first one?
So, if I tell you the grape varietal on the one, you're going to know the other.
Do it the way Jimmy wants to do it.
Do it. This is the only place I get in my way.
They taste different.
Yeah,
I could say I can tell they're the same grape.
This is less acidic.
Yes.
This is sweeter almost.
Yeah, a little fuller body, richer, riper fruit.
I like that one. I like this one better.
The second one.
No, I like the first one better.
See, and that's the fun part about how the hand of a winemaker can really express the fruitiness of this grape and the region. And that's the French call that terroir, really expressing where the place is, where the grape is from. So what you have here is Mare Soleil. That's the producer from Caymus Cabernet, Caymus Vineyards of Cabernet Sauvignon, Caymus Vineyards fame. This is part of their programming. You had Chuck, then Charlie, and this is their son Joe that produces Mer Soleil. Mer Soleil Silver, the more acidic one, the first one that you tried, and then Mer Soleil Reserve, that's barrel aged, aged in that oak, even a little barrel fermentation and a little lees stirring, you get that creaminess. Chardonnay.
So it's. Okay. So this is Chardonnay.
They're both Chardonnay.
This is Chardonnay?
Both Chardonnay.
The Chardonnay grape.
Chardonnay grape.
But it tastes more like Cabernet.
Or Sauvignon Blanc, like you were saying.
I mean Sauvignon Blanc. It's
just because of its... So when you say the hand of the winemaker, that's the container they're using, whether it's barrels or steel, it's...
So silver, the first one that Bill likes.
I like that one.
Stainless steel, a little bit of concrete that they'll age it in, a little breathing, providing, lowering that texture of the, lowering the acidity rather. I'm tasting the wine and thinking about it and talking about it. And this is from Monterey County where they're sourcing the fruit from. The second one, these wines are delicious. They're really great for food.
They're both very good.
Yeah, and Mer Soleil Reserve, Monterey, also from the Santa Lucia Highlands. Chardonnay, this one's barrel-aged, so you get that oakiness. But it's not like buttery oaky. It's got very well integrated into the wine. It provides a lot more texture and flavors.
Creamy.
It's fascinating to me, too, because when I first started drinking white wines, it was Chardonnay. So you drink Chardonnay. And then I kind of got off of it because I started liking the crisper, the Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah.
And there's another
Pinot Grigio, Sauvignon Blanc, Albarino.
I like those crispier wines, but this...
Yeah, that silver's crispy, if that's the kind of flavor you like.
But this one is almost a Chardonnay, but it doesn't have that heaviness of a Chardonnay.
So if you identify more with Bill... Pick up the silver Mer Soleil. If you identify more with me, get the Mer Soleil Reserve.
Or if you identify like me, just get both of them. They're both really good.
Yeah, no, that's me, Katie. If you identify with Bill, buy a case of each.
Yeah.
And then say, these are mine, you can't have them.
See, I like cooking with Chardonnay.
And that Marceau, that's Ocean and Sun.
Yeah, the sea and sun, ocean and sun. So what's fun about these wines is that same winemaker, same sourcing of the fruit, same grape varietal, and one portion of the fruit goes one direction in the winery and the other portion goes in the other. Same vintage. So you're having, it's a real expression of the grape as well demonstrating what the hand of the winemaker can do, how the vintner treats the fruit.
So the silver, I might just want it chilled and sit in the sun, maybe have just a little bit of meat and cheese sitting there next to me, and just
great starter.
And then this, the other one, the
crab cakes, your creamy sauces, pork, anything white protein off the grill, or on its own. Whereas the silver with the high acid, the crispness that you're mentioning, kind of
needs a little something with it.
Appetite. Like, hon, where are the crackers? You want something with it. Where the Mer Soleil, a little creamier, richer. And I've had this with, if you like steak, but red wine gives you a headache or whatever. This white wine, the Mer Soleil Reserve, with filet mignon, and then you have maybe a little bit of crab meat over it and a beurre sauce. Yeah.
Steak Oscar.
Friend of the program saying, how do you spell the wine? It's MERSOLEIL, Mer Soleil. So that's what you're looking for.
Ocean and sun.
We'll have them widely available in the wine store, and price-wise, the lowest that it's ever been. 24 for the Mer Soleil and 21, I believe, for the silver.
Very affordable.
And when they go on SBA, that'll be less than anywhere in the country. So Utah's doing a great job. The only reason we have such great pricings here in the state is the broker. The broker's working his tail off. He's the hardest working man in show business right now, and he's really working to bring in us great products, and that's Libations. They do a great job, that brokerage.
Speaking of show business, what are your events you have coming up?
I just want to one more thing, Jimmy, before we get too far past it. You said something there that I think applies all the time. You say, or on their own. Anything, any beverage that you bring, you can say, well, you can have it with this and this and this and this, or on its own.
But what he was saying though is that one sort of, it's better if you have it.
What he's saying, Gina, is
Just
crack open a bottle and drink the damn thing.
Yes.
Someone gave me a hard time last week when we did Beat Jimmy instead of Beat Gina. Somebody said you donated to the wine store I recommend. I felt terrible. I'm like, oh my God, it's not a non-profit. Go spend $100 at the wine store.
What are your events coming
May
up?
20th. I'm really excited about this. It's at Simplicity Cocktail, their new location over on 300 West, over by the Costco there across from the plaza. And we're breaking down a cocktail, Simplicity Cocktails, pre-packages, delicious canned cocktails.
I always have these in my fridge.
Oh, my gosh. And what we're doing is we're breaking down there. So we're doing the Moscow Mule, and we're tasting the bourbon on their own and the other ingredients on their own. And then we're tasting how they combine it. So it's a component tasting right there on site. It's going to be a fantastic tasting. Go to wineacademyofutah.com for tickets or to Simplicity Cocktails for tickets.
Sounds great. And, Gina, can I have a key to your house?
Because I always have it on. No,
I'll find the fridge.
I like their margarita, and they have a bourbon mule that I like also. I like Simplicity.
Where do they make? Where are they?
They're on the west side is their blending facility, but they have a retail location in the plaza that's next to the Costco on 300 West, and I'm forgetting the south offhand.
It's
18.
It's 1830 South. I have it right here.
1830 South, 300 West.
Yeah, it's wineacademyofutah.com. These are great wines. They're priced very reasonably right now.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Thanks, Jimmy.
You got it. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much, Jimmy. Traffic, Gina?
I know we're running late, so it's a good news that we don't have any traffic to tell you about. No accidents, no slowdowns. I'm looking at the UDOT website. You have a fine commute, so you should have a straight shot right to the liquor store, even though it doesn't open for a while. But you can head straight there and wait in the parking lot till they open.
11. That's when they open. 11.
That's traffic.
All right, we've got Beat Gina on the way. So if you want to line up right now to play Beat Gina, you can. A lucky listener could win
Depeche Mode tickets.
There you go. So call in 877-602-9696. Line up to Beat Gina. We've got some messages and a song, and then we'll play.
Late.
I drive to work and I come the same route almost every day. And so I'm coming down first south, 100 South in Salt Lake, and I get to State Street where Harmon's is there, and I'm heading west. And usually have to stop at a light at State Street. And then it turns green and you continue down and you start passing the mall, the gate, City Creek. And there's a mid-block traffic light there for pedestrians. There are never any pedestrians that time of the morning. And sometimes that light will turn red, and you have to sit there mid-block and wait for the light to change. And then there's another light at Main Street. So stuck at State Street in First South, stuck mid-block, stuck Main Street. It's very irritating. That mid-block light is just a pain in the ass. Now I understand that it's necessary for when there are people in traffic. Actually, there's some car traffic. You can go drive on Regent Street now, so you can drive. It's where Regent Street is and crosses. So, but there's never any cars there. They just need to do that. At 5:30 in the morning. It's ridiculous to be stuck there. But I got smart. I figured something out.
You ran the red light.
No, I never do that because God knows I'll get caught. There's somebody watching, I know. There's the tunnel that so State Street. There's an entrance to the underground parking garage into the City Creek. You know what I'm talking about. So instead of going to that mid-block light or going on down to Main Street, you can go down into the parking. And I figured
drive
out,
underneath?
listen, I figured out one time, a long time ago, that parking tunnel, it just goes down, and you don't have to go into the parking.
Mm-hmm.
You can just go up the ramp, and you're right there at Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
I would thought, God, I am so clever. And so I do that routinely. I would do that routinely. Down into the tunnel and up on the Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever have to worry about that stupid mid-block light. Until a couple of months ago, I started to go down into the tunnel, and I went, wait a minute, and stopped, because I looked down in there, and there was a gate up. And I thought, crap. And so I went. And
They're
then
on to you.
Well, I don't know. And I've done this for a year. I don't know why they started putting up the gate. Then the next day, there was no gate, and so I went and I looked. One time I got down into the tunnel, and there was and I didn't see the gate until I was down in the depths of it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a gate there, and I think, oh God, what do I do now? I've got to figure out how to get back out there, because there's a gate. And then as I started to move, I pulled up close, and it opened, apparently activated by my car. And I went, oh, okay. So I can still, if there's a gate there, some mornings, I can still go down there, because if I get close to it, it'll open automatically, because my car will open it. So great. And so today, went down there. There was the gate. I went, no problem. That'll open automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Went down.
Nope.
Didn't open. So I'm down at the bottom of the tunnel, and everything's gated.
Mm.
I just sent Carrie, and I just tweeted. I did an ad for City Creek several years ago.
You want to know how I got out of this, or should you do this part first?
How'd you get out of it?
I had to back out back up slowly all the way back up that ramp onto First South, and then
not a time saver at all.
And then I got caught at the red light at the mid-block.
If you want to see the ramp that Bill's talking about, and me driving it and showing you how to park at City Creek, I did an ad for them.
So I just don't know why they have...
Sometimes people talk about it being difficult coming downtown. Where do I go? Where do I park when I get there? I'm Gina Barbarian, downtown Salt Lake, and I'm here to show you it's easy to park at City Creek Center. Come on.
Look at her go.
There's many ways you can enter City Creek Center, but this is my favorite. There's two on First South, but this is kind of a hidden treasure. It's right in the middle of the block.
A hidden
so you
treasure.
might not think to go in this way, but you should. There are 6 street entrances to City Creek Center's parking garage. State Street, First South.
Well, maybe I'll try some of the others.
I give you lots of
What I don't understand is why they started with the gate all of a sudden.
There's a bunch of them there.
Oh, it's just steps from your favorite street.
I couldn't tell you.
I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of City Creek management and say, could you just make sure that...
I mean, they've got cameras. Surely they see you.
Now,
so maybe they went, this guy, he's doing this all the time. Maybe we need to fix this.
So what? It's not hurting anything.
It's their prerogative, whether it's hurting something or not.
It's not. Listen, I'm telling you, my tax money, my tithing went to some of that.
Your tithing. When was the last time you tithed?
But tax money went to a lot of that too.
Oh, sure. Tax money goes to a lot of things that you aren't allowed to enjoy.
Maybe this morning. So there are 3 gates down there, or 4 actually. I noticed. So the one to go into the parking has never been down, but that one was down today. And the one that just blocks off the tunnel. And then there's one that blocks off people coming out on the other side and going up. So there are 4 gates. And they were all down today for some reason. Maybe I wasn't patient enough. Maybe I could have figured out how to get that gate to open. But I mean, I edged up to it, but it didn't open. So if anybody works for City Creek and would like to help me with this dilemma, because I really hate that mid-block light. And plus it's fun to just go whoosh, whoosh, down, up, and be
Bill
on
likes
Main
to
Street.
whoosh.
It's the little pleasures at 5:30 in the morning as I am half asleep coming here to entertain you.
2, Where the Streets Have No Name. It is 8:23. Time for Beat. Gina, is it sponsored?
It is. Brought to you by Christopher's Prime Steakhouse. If you love your mom, say thank you for putting up with all your BS with Mother's Day Brunch, May 14th. Reserve your table at Christopher'sUT.com, located at 110 West Broadway.
All right, get it together. Underlay, underlay. It's time for Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, or because it's Cinco de Mayo, I'm your announcer, Johnny Olay.
Johnny Olay.
Hey, muchacho. South of the border, men know the importance of a good hat. Down that way, we call them sombreros. The name is from the Spanish word sombra.
Sorry?
Sombra, meaning shade. And a wonderful sunshade is a good sombrero. It's cool, it's nice, and it's head protecting, whether it's embroidered with colorful threads or decorated with jangling silver. The job of the sombrero is to protect you. It guards your hair from drying effects of the sun's rays and keeps city soot out of your scalp. More things than sunstroke can happen to men who go bareheaded. Why ask for trouble when one of the handsomest pieces of apparel you can wear is a sombrero? Your sombrero dealer has one suited just for you.
Where's your sombrero?
They are right for the occasion wherever you go or play or work. Wear a sombrero. It's as healthy as it is handsome. And now, a tip of the sombrero to our fine guest host, doing wonderful work all week long, our producer, Senora Katie for short.
Well, thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
All right, I've got
Muchas gracias.
I've got the coin in hand. I've got the contestants online. Brent, are you there?
Brent, it's a peso she's going to be tossing.
Brent here. I wasn't sure if it was me or not.
All right. All right, Brent, you could possibly win what, Gina?
I have tickets to see Depeche Mode coming November 18th.
All right, but that means you have to beat Gina. If Gina beats you, what are you going to do?
Donate to the road home.
Oh, you said that confidently.
Yes,
I'm
did.
glad you did.
All right, Brent, heads or tails?
Tails.
Okay, Katie, flip the peso.
Tails never fails. All right, Brent, looks like you're going first. Okay, so first question. Steve Irwin trivia. Steve Irwin.
The crocodile man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hunter. The crocodile hunter.
He famously met his wife at his father's zoo. What did he do during his honeymoon?
Her name was Didi.
Yeah. Number 1, he was still working at the damn zoo. Number 2, he filmed the first episode of The Crocodile Hunter. 3, he started a fight with the farmer of the movie Babe for hostile living conditions of the animals. 4, he was caught continually walloping a dingo that ate his baby.
What was 1 again?
Number 1 was he was still working at the damn zoo.
We'll say 2.
She was correct.
Which
filmed
is
his first episode.
Filmed his first episode of The Crocodile Hunter.
I get lost sometimes.
It's okay.
All right.
That's okay, Johnny.
Nicely done, Brent. You have 1 point. Now it's Gina's turn.
All right, Gina.
Yes.
Some Zac Efron trivia.
All right.
I know you like him.
I do.
During the end of filming 17 Again, Zac Efron.
I like that movie. That's a good movie.
Zac Efron had appendicitis.
Oh, no.
What did one of the producers tell him to do to cure it? Number 1, rub some Vicks Vapor Rub on his abdomen. That'll cure everything.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, to hang upside down. Number 3, to lay flat on the floor. Or number 4, a liter of breast milk.
I mean, the thing to do is go to the hospital, which is
not the answer that was given.
Hang upside down.
Correct.
It's 1-1. And now, with the tie, Brent, you can break the tie.
All right, Brent.
All right.
I'm going to give you a little bit of an easier one. In Shrek.
Thank you.
You're welcome. In Shrek, why does Donkey say the relationship with the dragon won't work? Number 1, dragons aren't his type. Number 2, he's racist, straight up. Number 3, he's asthmatic. Or number 4, a dragon killed his brother.
Oh, I think it's 3.
Correct. It is number 3.
Well
He was
done.
asthmatic.
Huh. I didn't know that. Well, it's 2-1. Gina, you now have a chance to tie the game.
All right.
All right, Gina. Let's do some Wizard of Oz trivia.
Okay.
The horses at the Emerald City Palace that were dyed green, what were they dyed with?
Okay.
Number 1, the same stuff that they dye monkeys with.
Okay.
Number 2, green Jell-O. Number 3, Aldeb Ran whiskey. It's green.
It is.
And 4, great big globs of greasy, grimy gopher guts.
Is it green Jell-O?
It is green Jell-O.
Okay.
Well, this is gripping, isn't it? The game is tied.
It
2-2. And Brent, you could win here. Please do.
All right, Brent.
Do us all a favor and win here.
Mel Brooks trivia.
Okay, you got it.
Mel Brooks trivia. Which famous filmmaker helped Mel Brooks write High Anxiety? Is it number 1, Ed Wood, number 2, Alfred Hitchcock, number 3, John Hughes, or number 4, Seymour Butts?
Oh, man, I would love for it to be Seymour Butts. But I think I'm going to guess 3.
No.
Oh.
Gina, your chance to steal?
Is it 2?
It is 2, Alfred Hitchcock.
Gina wins the game. Brent, I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry, muchacho.
And on Cinco de Mayo.
You tried your best. We know.
You know what? Because it's Cinco de Mayo, we can't let Brent leave empty-handed. I'm going to go ahead and give you those Depeche Mode tickets anyway, Brent, even though I beat you.
Say gracias, Brent.
Gracias.
There we go. All right, Brent, hang on the line.
All right, it's time for my siesta. Vaya con Dios, muchachos.
Goodbye, Johnny. All right. News. Is it sponsored?
It is. Brought to you by Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli. Expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30. Lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Well, as I've said many times, I've not ever quite been able to get into It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't do it for you.
16th season coming up. And so maybe somebody can explain this to me. It says FX has released the first official trailer for It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia season 16. The upcoming season described as the show's, quote, sweetest yet.
Oh.
I don't think of it. Again, I don't watch it, but I don't think of it as being a particularly sweet show.
No.
Is it?
I don't watch it either, so I can't.
I mean, I don't think it's a sweet show. It's funny, it's entertaining, but they bug each other a lot.
Aren't they kind of horrible people?
Yes. Yes.
It touches on subjects such as inflation, U.S.-Russian relations.
Well, none of that's funny.
Gender equality. Well, that's hilarious. Gun control and celebrity-branded products.
Doesn't sound funny at all.
The new episodes will also see the gang yearn for the past as they attempt to survive in 2023. An official synopsis reads, this year alone, Mac battles with allergies.
Hey, me too.
And long-distance dating. Charlie takes on his long-forgotten sisters. Dee fights for rent control and women's athletics. Frank wrestles for his gun. And Dennis struggles to improve his mental health.
Okay.
I think maybe I should try this again. But I'd have to go back 16 years worth, wouldn't I?
That's a lot.
I mean, it's not like continuous. Sometimes they are, but most episodes are kind of just on their own. Yeah.
I tried to do it. I started at season 1, and I just couldn't. It says the upcoming season will also feature a Breaking Bad crossover.
Oh. A crossover?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
that makes sense. The picture you put up had Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul in
Yeah,
it.
Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul will both be in the episode. In the trailer, the two are seen in the back of a car being driven by Charlie. And the Boogeyman, Katie, I'm sure you're looking forward to this.
I am.
Classic Stephen King story coming to life on the big screen. I watched the trailer for it a week ago or so.
Yeah.
Looked pretty scary.
Sweet.
In celebration of the approaching release of The Boogeyman, the official 20th Century Studios Twitter page has revealed a brand new teaser for the film, preparing audiences for the arrival of a terrifying, it says the terrifying titular entity. That means a scary boogeyman.
Yeah.
The teaser featured a therapy session with a girl who attempts to face her fears in the dark.
Yeah.
However, the session takes a turn for the worse, as, it would.
Her fears are realized.
As the boogeyman himself appears, effectively showcasing his sinister nature. While the footage doesn't provide any additional new information on what to expect from the film, it does showcase plenty of suspense that will likely keep audiences at the edge of their seats, in line with traditional story from the mind of Stephen King.
Exciting.
Mm-hmm. After Pornhub blocked access, and a trade association for the adult industry is suing Utah over what it calls the state's unconstitutional anti-porn ban, just days after one of the largest websites for adult content. No, not one of the largest. It is the worldwide largest distributor
it's the hub
of pornography in the world. Pornhub blocked access to users in Utah. The Free Speech Coalition, described as a nonpartisan nonprofit group focused on the rights and freedoms of the adult industry, filed a complaint in federal court Wednesday over a Utah law that requires porn sites to verify the age of users. In the law, Senate Bill 287, it took effect the same day the suit was filed, and it was passed unanimously by the legislature in 2023, and is an attempt to ensure all users are at least 18 years old. Though websites that fail to perform reasonable age verification methods could also now be sued for damages that stem from a minor accessing that adult content. The law is not a ban, as the formal complaint filed Wednesday claims. So I think that's how Utah hopes to make this stick. We're not banning it. We're just.
But they're putting the onus on them to figure out how to get people's. Other than just clicking, I'm over.
Yeah.
Todd Weiler is one of the sponsors and the kind of the prime mover behind this. Also an attorney. He says, I think it's important for the court to address the age verification requirement. We don't allow kids to access wine, tobacco, or products like that online. Why should porn be any different?
Well,
you
go to a wine website or a vape website, and it says, "Are you 21?" and you click yes, and it lets you in. They don't verify.
But they don't let you. No. They don't let you have product. That's the point. They don't let you have product. When you go to Pornhub, they're letting you have product.
Well,
their product is
online.
You
can still order some vape juices
online.
And vapes online.
They don't.
Yeah, you can definitely still do that.
You can't do it with like booze, because even we can't order booze because they won't ship it to Utah.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. They won't ship it to Utah, so
but
that's
they'll
fine.
Ship vape stuff
Vapes
to Utah.
will, yeah.
I don't know about that, but I know that Weiler's making the point that there's precedent for this. So he wants it to be that they can't ship pornographic images to Utah. That's what he's saying. So there should be a way to do it. Let's see. Governor Cox is gaining popularity among conservatives, and liberal approval ratings are slipping. Gee, I wonder why. It's because since he's become the governor, he's become more Governor Coxy. He's become more of who he is, I think. He's
appealing to the base.
He's become more. He's tried to cater to the people who he knows will reelect him.
Because he wants to stay in office.
Yeah, that's why he wants to be reelected. He wants to be reelected so he can stay in office. The Empire State Building plans to celebrate the coronation of King Charles III of Britain by lighting up the Empire State Building in Union Jack colors. Over 200 years ago, we fought for independence from these bastards, and now we're celebrating by lighting up the Empire State Building?
Yep. We don't remember our own history.
People don't. People's memories are short, aren't they? We fought to get out from under the thumb of the empire, and now we're celebrating them. Oh, and just one other quick story about King Charles. There's a story, you sent this to me, I think, Gina. It said, I tried King Charles tip for perfect roast potatoes, and it makes a royally delicious side dish.
Awesome.
King Charles roast potatoes. I'm going to look at the recipe and try them myself. I'll let you know.
Right. I also read a story that the kitchen staff left him out some cold cuts with like saran wrap over the top of it.
Yeah.
And he had never encountered saran wrap before.
Oh, that's not true. That
I don't
can't
think
be
that's
true.
true.
I don't.
And he was
He was puzzled by Saran wrap?
He was puzzled by Saran wrap.
Put some press and seal in front of him. See what he does with that one.
I don't.
I want to believe it's true.
I can't imagine. All right, that's it.
Okay, so the Salt Lake Bees, they won last night against Tacoma Rainiers 8-7. They play again tonight at 6:30, and they've got the post-game kids run where the kids can run around the bases, and isn't that fun? Woo. Take your kids and do that. Real Salt Lake, I believe this is a road game. They play Houston Dynamo tomorrow at 6:30. In the NBA, series tied at 1 apiece. Golden State Warriors beat the Lakers last night, 127-100. Tonight we have the Boston Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers at 5:30. That game series is tied at 1 apiece. And Denver leads the series between the Nuggets and the Suns. They play today at 8 p.m. Let's see, NHL. Seattle Kraken and Dallas Stars. Dallas beat them 4-2. Series is tied at 1 apiece. Panthers and the Maple Leafs. Panthers beat the Maple Leafs 3-2. Florida leads that series 2-0.
Gina, Prince Charles had no idea what cling film, Saran wrap, was, and shrieked at the sight of it.
I told you I saw that.
According to an unauthorized new biography.
I want to believe this.
He shrieked when he saw it.
What is that?
I don't believe it. I don't.
What is this sorcery?
All right, sorry.
I totally want to believe it. Weather. Let's see. So we're in this rainy, cooler pattern. Rain, best chance of that is going to be afternoon today. It's partly cloudy right now. 65 for high. Overnight lows in the 40s, and we continue this rain, cool pattern all the way through Monday night. It looks like we'll stay in the low to mid 60s for most of the weekend, and it'll be mostly cloudy.
He walked into the dining room and shrieked, fearing the worst. Camilla dashed in after her husband. "What's this?" he asked her, pointing at the food. "Well, it's cling film, darling." I don't believe it.
I totally believe it.
All right.
Traffic?
Crash northbound I-215 west at 28th North in Salt Lake. And somebody was asking, anyone know why traffic stopped 33rd South 5th West? I don't know. So if you know, text us 33986 and I will pass it along.
All right. After a few messages, we've got something coming at you, so stick around for that. KXRK Provo.
Everything's changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load on our desktop computer. But now, there's the Xfinity 10G network, and that means the fastest internet with fastest speeds rolling out every day. And internet that can power a house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. So while one person streams a movie from their room, another can play a video game in the basement, another can TikTok in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network. Plus, get Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included, all for just $30 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo.
It's going to be...
How about avian flu? You feel better about avian flu?
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it sounds, I don't know.
Swine flu. You think swine flu?
The Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu. What was the one that there was the big epidemic?
The Spanish flu.
Was it the one? Was that the one that killed a lot of people in the early part of the century? I mean, really, in America, it killed hundreds and hundreds of people. That sounds meaner. Spanish flu.
Don't you laugh at the? You're gonna remember we have a storage room in our house. It's full of toilet paper, just in case.
Just because it causes such horrible diarrhea.
You're gonna run out of stuff, and you're gonna come knocking on my door.
I need toilet paper.
Is that the first thing you grab when you loot the store?
when you
loot the store,
not
you run to the toilet
water,
paper,
not medicine.
Yeah,
because you don't think about toilet
paper. Yeah.
I've got coffee filters. I don't need.
I've got coffee filters.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper if you've got plenty of coffee filters.
That'll stop up your pipes. Don't put coffee filters.
Well, I'm not
there.
flushing them.
Well, I think isn't all Won't the sewage plants shut down?
Yeah.
Because,
Why would plumbing stop?
well, because there won't be anybody to operate the plumbing, the sewage plants.
It'll work for a time.
For a time, but pretty soon, a post-apocalyptic world, if plumbing goes too,
I don't know, when the power's out, my toilet works.
I don't know.
It's not an electric toilet.
It will work for a while. I took a class on surviving the zombie apocalypse. They talked about this.
What did they say?
Your toilets will be okay for a while, but then the sewage treatment plant stops treating sewage because there's nobody there.
Yeah. It'll back up.
Then it'll back up, and it'll be eventually. You'll be able to go for a while.
Things get ugly. You watch The Walking Dead.
That's why
they never really address where they go to the bathroom.
They don't.
Do you know what they don't address? Periods.
Oh. No, they have
Have
because
they
when
addressed
they've been
periods?
stealing when they were stealing stuff from a store
Did they
when they were
say get
looting.
it?
Yeah.
See, I'm good because I had the hysterectomy, so that is one thing I don't have to worry about.
Is that why you had it?
So you're ahead. You're
My
ahead.
doctor said you don't need this. I'm like, no, in the apocalypse, I don't want to deal with having a period. So take it out.
$8:45. We are back.
That question of what's going on 33rd South. I guess the railroad crossing arms are stuck down. Thank you, whoever sent that in. I know our friends of the program know everything.
They do.
Did you have one of those things, Bill, that people like? One of those?
A list?
Yeah.
Well, I have 11 surprising uses for bananas.
Were you really surprised?
I was surprised when I read them.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I mean, you encounter bananas more often than I do, so if you're surprised, then I'm going to be just shocked.
Well, I just can't. I have never thought of doing anything with bananas rather than eating them.
But well, this is other uses
yes.
for bananas?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well,
Number 1, polishing shoes.
What? Like the
inside of a banana peel can be used to shine your shoes. Just rub the peel on the surface of your leather shoes and then buff them with a soft cloth.
Huh.
They will shine right up.
I need to do that to my Doc Martens.
Smell like bananas.
Number 2, use bananas. This is a surprising use for a banana. To treat skin irritation. Banana peels can be used to soothe skin irritation such as bug bites or rashes.
Okay.
Just rub the inside of the peel on the affected area for a few minutes to reduce itching and inflammation.
Well, just make sure you're not allergic to bananas like I am, or else it might make it worse.
Well, then don't use them for any of these things.
Right.
Number 3, whitening your teeth.
Really?
Says bananas contain natural teeth whitening agents, such as potassium and magnesium. Just rub, again, the inside of the peel on your teeth for 2 minutes, unless you're Katie, and then brush with toothpaste as usual to remove stains.
So far, these are all banana peel things.
Number 4, well, that's part of a banana.
I know, I'm just...
You can eat the peel, too.
Smoke them. Number 4, making natural fertilizer.
Yes.
Bananas are rich in nutrients and can be used to fertilize plants.
Makes great plant water, too.
Cut up the peels and bury them in the soil around your plants.
What is plant water?
You put a banana peel in just water, and you just let it sit for about a day or two.
Yeah.
And it doesn't dissolve, but it gives all of its nutrients into that water. And then when you water your plants, they're really happy.
Oh.
Making banana vinegar.
What?
You can use overripe bananas to make a flavorful vinegar that can be used in salad dressings or marinades, or if you prefer, marinades. Mash up the bananas and mix with water, sugar, and vinegar. So you use a little vinegar as a starter, and then let the mixture ferment for a few weeks. Use banana peels for polishing silverware, making banana bread beer, treating dry skin. You have eczema or dry skin.
Rub bananas?
Yes. Yeah, bananas can be used to moisturize the skin. Mash up a ripe banana and mix it with honey and yogurt to make a nourishing face mask.
You're gonna
I've heard that for a hair mask as well.
That might work.
Yeah.
Making banana peel bacon.
Ew.
What?
Believe it or not, you can use banana peels to make a vegan bacon alternative. Cut the peels into strips, season with smoked paprika, and then bake them in the oven until crispy. I might try that.
You would try that,
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. Why not?
Because it sounds awful.
No, it doesn't. It sounds, I don't know how that would taste.
It sounds you would try that.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a couple I skipped. There's making tenderizing meat. The enzymes in bananas can also be used to tenderize tough cuts of meat. Mash up a ripe banana, spread it over meat before cooking. Let it sit for 30 minutes to an hour, and then I assume you scrape the banana off of it.
We use in my family, when we make pulled pork in a slow cooker, we put a banana on top of it.
Really?
Yeah, like a whole banana. You just place it right on top, and it cooks down, and then you just take the banana off. But it
probably
adds,
tenderizes.
It makes it wonderful.
Huh.
Yeah.
And does your pork taste like banana?
No. I was always curious about that because I saw my mom do it all the time. And I was like, I don't like bananas all that much, Mom. And she's like, don't worry, honey. And every time we had pulled pork, it was absolutely phenomenal. And it was just super tender and juicy. And so a banana on top.
I'm going to try that, too. That sounds great. I have not consumed bananas in a long time.
On purpose?
Well, no, but...
Are you avoiding bananas,
No,
Bill?
I would buy them, and it seemed like I would be the only one to eat them. And then so they'd start getting, overripe. So I'd put them in a bag in the freezer.
Make apples.
And then use them for a smoothie or something like that.
You should make banana cake with your old bananas.
But then I had a big bag of frozen bananas, and I think they're still there.
You could make wonderful banana cake.
With frozen bananas?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a recipe. I'll let you have it. It's family recipe.
Is it
it's
easy?
Great. It's very easy, and it's one of my sisters and my favorite cake to make. But I get bananas about once a month.
Is it banana cake or banana bread?
It's banana cake. It is specifically banana cake with a nice frosting, very light frosting on it.
And when I was a kid, I used to love banana pudding with Nilla wafers.
There you go.
You put Nilla wafers around it.
Muhammad, my son, not the prophet, eats bananas every day. Like after he works out, eat a banana.
Good source of potassium.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, now I'm craving bananas.
Really?
Do you eat bananas,
No.
Gina? You don't eat them at all.
No.
Why?
They have an overwhelming flavor, and if you love a banana, then you're all about it. But
That's right. You don't like anything that tastes very much. You don't care for something that has a taste.
It's so banana, and if you like banana, then you're like, yay!
I used
banana.
to not to.
But if you don't like banana,
when I was a kid, I didn't love bananas. Now I really like them, but I have about once a month.
I love the smell of bananas.
Mm-hmm.
I like the. They used to have these little banana candies, chewy candies. I forget what they were called.
yeah. See, I don't like real banana, and I also don't like
don't like-
artificial
yeah.
banana, like banana popsicle or banana.
No, I don't
No, I
either.
think-
I can't do those.
How do you
If it's
feel
not
about-
a fresh banana.
How do you feel about Bananarama?
I do like Bananarama.
But you know why? They really don't have much of a taste.
They're kind of bland.
Yeah, they're kind of bland.
I thought on your list things to do with a banana. If you need to, mime that you're.
Hey, sir, you have a banana in your ear. And the guy says, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I have a banana in my ear. One of the stupidest
Dad
old
jokes.
jokes.
I love
them.
No, I love it.
Stupidest old jokes in the world.
They're great. Is that it? Is that
That's the banana list right there.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah, I've had that one in there since April 13th. I'll just click that out of here now.
I have a quick morsel of murder if we have time.
Yeah, just a few minutes.
Let's see. Oh, where is it? It's a good one.
It's not the Idaho guy, is it?
The Idaho guy. No.
Because they pulled it. They had some new evidence in that case.
No. This is Some murders get solved immediately, while others take decades.
We've talked about this before, by the way, and I heard a statistic that it's almost half of murders committed in this country are never solved.
Mm-hmm. You can get away with murder. Sure you can.
Jeez.
Over 30 years ago, in 1990, a woman dressed like a clown.
Lovely.
And handed another woman flowers and balloons and then shot her.
Lovely.
Knocked on the door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to deliver flowers. Crime's gone unsolved since 2017.
Where was this?
In Florida.
Okay.
Went unsolved so that happened in 1990. Went unsolved until 2017 when DNA test identified the killer. Sheila Keene Warren, a woman who married the victim's husband 12 years after the murder.
Wow.
She wasn't clowning around.
Part of what they did was they found like red clown hair in her car.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that rents clown costumes in the town they live in.
I recognize her.
Recognized her as renting the clown costume. But because she was dressed up, they couldn't
fully identify
her. You think if you're going to disguise yourself to go kill somebody, you think, oh, I got to wear a ski mask.
I wonder what her clown name was.
Killy the clown?
I don't know.
Killy the clown.
Kitty the killer clown?
There you
But
go.
apparently she worked with the husband of the woman she killed and was having an affair with him.
But did he know that she was the clown that
That's
killed her?
the thing. We don't know that part of it. He had to know. Of course he had to know. Who else would want his poor wife killed?
He discovered he discovered her big shoes in the closet.
What are these? You've been out clowning at night, haven't you?
No. Yeah, that's a good one.
Isn't that a good one?
Yep.
She got away with it for 17 years until DNA is catching everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and the cops kept on the trail of the clown.
Yeah. Who found the red clown hair in her car?
All right, that's it.
Last bit of traffic.
Okay, let's see. Railroad, Whalewood-oms.
Railroads.
It's Friday.
Oh, it is. Are stuck in the down position, 33rd South, 2nd West. Traffic being diverted both eastbound and westbound, causing big delays. Friend of the program was texting about that earlier. There you go. That's what you have. We also have some slowage northbound I-15 coming through Murray. Don't have an accident being reported there. Maybe it's just construction slowing or regular morning slowing. But other than that, things are looking good. People want to talk about bananas in the text. Oh, they like Laffy Taffy. They like banana creamies.
Laffy Taffy, yeah.
If you want to talk bananas or traffic or anything really, you can text us 33986. Apply now at Lyft Credit for $500 to $5,000 in just 5 minutes at a rate much lower than payday loans. You could even qualify for instant funding. Go to liftcredit.com. That's liftcredit.com.
All right, we've got a couple messages on the way and then a song. And right after that, it is the Boner Recap, where if you call in, you could possibly win
George Michael Reborn tickets. You do have to be 21 or older to win that.
And the show's tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. So you could win those tickets by calling into 877-602-9696 and getting in line for the Boner Recap just after these messages and a song.
8,000 episodes as of today of the Radio from Hell show. And we have a guest in the studio.
Hang on. We paid for this. So.
Yeah.
Counting down to the 8,000th episode of the Radio from Hell show. Today is episode...
that's the one, 8,000.
8,000, yeah.
On X96.
Monty is here in the studio. Monty, the mailman. He brought in just a memorabilia. It's an X96 challenge coin.
Oh,
remember
those? A couple of those, yeah.
And an old freeloader card.
Oh, geez.
Which
that's the black edition. That's OG.
Yeah, and it has a barcode on the back of it, which I don't believe we ever used for anything.
I think it was just there to look official.
But you could. That was a card you used to be able to take into local businesses and get discounts.
It says here, hang on to this card. It's good for all kinds of free stuff. Did you ever get any free stuff using this card, Monty? No, I didn't think so.
Okay. No. You know what they're good for, though? Window scraping in the winter.
That's right.
Scraping the ice off your windows.
Yesterday we mentioned that we were nominated and won I guess we were awarded a Pete Suazo Social Justice Award.
Yes.
And our good friend Dr. Paul White sent me a copy of the letter he wrote to help our nomination for that.
Yes.
And let me read just a little bit of it. I've edited it because it's quite lengthy.
And that the plaque, the award itself, is missing in action.
Yeah.
It is lost in the wild somewhere. Yeah. We'd love to get it back.
Paul wrote, Dr. White wrote, "It's my honor and privilege to write a very enthusiastic letter of support concerning the nomination of Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi for one of the 10th annual Pete Suazo Social Justice Awards. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Utah, Ethnic Studies." He goes on to talk about his curriculum vitae. "In some ways, it may seem odd to nominate a morning show that is designed for entertainment for an award based on honoring a great person and advocate of social justice.
Mm-hmm.
However, when asked to write this letter, I was a bit ashamed that I hadn't thought of nominating Radio from Hell before. It's my hope that you'll see why Radio from Hell is more than just a vehicle for laughs and selling products. When I first arrived in Utah, I wanted to find a radio show that had helped me learn about my new home and played some music I liked and was entertaining, and I came across Radio from Hell and was hooked. The skits about Utah culture are funny. Well, he's talking about the Utah word of the day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And also informative about how people think in Utah and interact with each other. He goes on to talk about the boner of the day, where they take 3 stories from the news, and he says 2 or 3 times a week a candidate is submitted that is related to social justice, especially here in Utah. A lot of the times the candidates are just silly, but sometimes they concern social justice. And then he talks about the news segments, and it goes on. Really nice letter he wrote, and we did, in fact, get a Pete Suazo Social Justice Award. I really would like to find that plaque.
Yes.
And then we heard from interns. A lot of interns have sent in emails.
I'm just surprised they still listen.
Here, let me just get you a couple here.
Do they all start with, "You guys still doing that?"
I interned from August to December 2007. Period notable for Gina's most recent pregnancy.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the Guthrie era, but I really don't remember. I don't remember Gina being around at all. That time also included a big-ass show that was rained out and moved last minute to the Salt Palace.
Yep.
Remember that? Mm-hmm. And the first Nightmare Before Xmas show. After the internship ended, I was offered a job and worked one day, maybe during an all-day show, but was never contacted after that or given any schedule. And then a few years later, I got a check for $20 that I still have somewhere.
Wow.
That's weird. It's fun finding out which one of my coworkers listened to X96. Congratulations on the 8,000 episodes. Here's another one. Let's see. Oh, I want to do this one. Happy 8,000 episode, ahoy hoy from Britain, Big Intern Cannon. Remember Brit?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it Brett? No, it's Brit. Or is it Brett?
Brit.
Yeah. I interned in the fall of 2005, and I believe I was in one of the first crop of interns for the Radio from Hell show. We were girl intern.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Those
Jessica.
Were, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Drinky McIntern and Big Intern. I, of course, was Big Intern because, well, I have an ample frame. My main memories of my time there consist of Gina being great with child.
People, this happened periodically throughout the years.
And this is this is the only thing people really remember about you. Yeah.
That's Drinky.
It says, along with her patented practice of remaining seated. Yeah, that's Drinky. And Carrie, Bill, and I going down to Kaboom Days.
Oh, yes.
Where we shot at exploding targets, and I felt like a man. And then, he goes on to say, the biggest takeaway from my short time with Radio from Hell is I still consider you 3 my friends, even though we don't see each other much anymore. But I feel fortunate to have a personal connection to all of you. Someday, some way, Bill and I ended up on the same trip to trek down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Yeah, we did. We hiked down there.
Havasupai.
Yeah, Havasupai. And he goes on to talk about just a ton of stuff that he remembers from the show.
It was one of the first and last Kaboom Days. because
it was the last Kaboom Day.
Because they wound up setting the side of the mountain on fire.
Not you. You guys didn't.
No, we didn't.
It was put on by the volunteer fire department, and it was a fundraiser for them. And they were shooting at the targets.
And the targets were rigged to explode if you hit them.
And
Does
one
anyone have a memory where I'm not pregnant? I would like to hear a...
Yes, let me see. How about this one? In 2009, your testicle festival caught my attention.
Yes.
With 3 sons, I listened closely. A year later, my 44-year-old husband was diagnosed with testicular cancer. I called in to thank you for having had the testicle festival, as it raised my awareness of the condition and made it easier to talk about. To my surprise, I was put right on the air. It was a funny conversation and my first contact with Radio from Hell, but I had been listening for a while. In 2011, I met Gina on location at a local tire shop. She was pregnant. No, it doesn't say that. I mentioned that I loved Radio from Hell and considered applying for the internship, but I was older and hesitant. This is from ShamWow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who I still see from time to time. She was a woman with kids, and she wanted to intern on the show. We said, sure, fine.
One testicle.
Says, I worked with Ryan Ireland, who was an editing wizard. I loved helping the 3 of you and learning about radio production. Perhaps what I most appreciate was the opportunity to meet your guests, especially Sister Dottie, who was so much like my exuberant, funny Spanish forked grandmother, whom Charles Lynn Frost actually knew. I still tear up when I think about Charles.
Aww.
Thank you for all the opportunities you've given me. Congratulations on 8,000 episodes. It really is something. Thank you for your professionalism and for showing up for 30 years. Insight, humor, generosity, all-around goodness. Haley, a.k.a. ShamWow.
Thanks, ShamWow.
That's really, really nice. Let's see. Oh, I heard from, where is it? This is Clayton.
He's in England, isn't he?
Yeah. Congratulations on let's get this thing over with for the 8,000th time.
Yep.
I remember it like yesterday, celebrating the 5,000th episode. On the sentimental note, it's been an honor to be a part of the group that are known as Friends of the Program. It was a pleasure to serve you as former intern Clayton. The community I have come to know through the 3 of you and the Radio from Hell program that makes you feel like hell in the morning has been the most wonderful aspect, some of the greatest of whom are no longer with us.
Aww.
Jeff Weiss, Punk, Carlin. He knew that he remembers those 3 fondly. Even across the pond, I think regularly about the informative and challenging conversations you've had about your lives and life in general. I laugh constantly about the laughs you've had on the air. I listen often to audio clips, best ofs that I've saved, some of which vainly are about myself as a participant. Love to you all. Cheers to 8,000. James Riches, Son of the Soil. So there you go. There are more, but we have run out of time.
We have.
And besides, my arm hurts from patting myself on the back.
With Even Flow. It is 9:07, and it is time for the Boner Recap.
Yes, indeed it is. This is what's the prize, Gina?
Well, you could win George Michael Reborn tickets coming to the Commonwealth Room tomorrow, May 6th. You must be 21 or older to win.
This is the You Could Win George Michael Reborn comes to the stateroom Boner Recap. All you have to do is tell me who the eventual winner was after I recap the candidates for you, and you'll win those tickets. Who do we have?
It is Weston.
Weston, good morning.
Hello.
How are you, Weston?
I'm well.
Good. It's good to hear, Weston. Here we are. I'm going to read these boner candidates. I hope you heard them earlier. If you didn't, just guess. But when you tell me which one is the winner. Number 1 was a 2-parter. Part A, and the Lord created the prom and the prom king and the queen, and he made the man and the woman, and when the Lord saw what he had done, he said, it was good. It's the students at a school in Ohio, a high school in Ohio. They voted to have a lovely LGBTQ couple be the prom king and queen.
They won. They won the vote.
Yeah. And there were some people in the town who were not supportive. Most of the students were supportive, but some people in the town in Ohio were not supportive and angry about it. And one guy was saying, listen, it's a man and a woman. That's the way it's always been. God created the prom. And
it is not in
And then the second part of that boner candidate was there was actually a guy in the town who said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shoot up that school because of that.
So upset about this.
Yeah. Couldn't believe it. That was number one. Number two, all right, that's it. You are under arrest. A woman who had 65 driving license suspensions before she was finally arrested.
Like not at 20, not at 30, not at 40, not at 50.
65 is the last straw.
All right, finally.
And then number three was full disclosure on my rental application. It's a guy who goes to rent an apartment, and he's filling out the applications, and he had to airdrop some material, and it was pictures of him naked. So he thought,
we don't know whether he did it on purpose or accidentally, but
he maybe thought it would be useful in getting in the apartment. I don't know.
Don't you want this living in your building?
So, Weston, those were the three candidates. Do you know who the winner was?
Rightfully number one. Rightfully.
Absolutely rightfully number one. Way to go. So you're going to go see the George Michael Reborn.
It's a guy who does look just like him and apparently sings and moves just like him, and these have been very popular.
Yes,
People have been excited about this show.
A doppelganger.
Yeah. Commonwealth Room tomorrow night.
All right. Hang on.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was Boner Recap, and
that means that Dave the Flower Guy will be here in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
We'll present all of the week's Boner winners to him, and he will say, that one is the worst. I deem it to be so.
Why do we allow him to do that? I don't...
Well, he's
tradition, I guess.
He's better at it than we are.
He really is.
We aren't qualified.
Ooh, I just came across a recipe for something called Deathbed Manhattan, a drink.
I thought it was going to be more about bananas.
No.
What's in a Deathbed Manhattan?
2 ounces of rye whiskey,
mm-hmm.
half an ounce of vermouth, Punta Mez vermouth, I don't know what that is, half an ounce of Martini and Rossi sweet vermouth, so there's 2 different vermouths in it, 2 dashes of Angostura bitters, and a cherry.
And will it actually kill you? Because why? Or would it be, if this is so delicious, it's the last thing I want to taste before I die?
Shall we see what it says?
Sure.
Why is he calling it a deathbed? It lives up to its name. It is so good you may request it as your final drink.
Oh.
That's why.
Okay.
So that's the drink I want on my deathbed. I do like a Manhattan. I haven't had a Manhattan in a long time.
Maybe you can try making that this weekend or something.
Well, I don't know what that vermouth is.
What was it?
Punt E Mess. M-E-S.
Punti Mess vermouth.
Yeah. The other one I have, Martini and Rossi sweet vermouth, but I don't know what the other one is.
It's a golden orange color with herby aromas, which is also a good NPR name. I'm herby aromas.
Oh, it says it's dry. Yeah, it's very dry. And the sweet vermouth is obviously not very dry. So maybe I could just use dry vermouth and sweet vermouth.
I think you should. I know you've just been skipping the whole mixing cocktails things and just pour booze in a glass. But it's a weekend.
Lazy.
It's a weekend. Mix yourself up a cocktail.
I think I'll do that.
Do it, yeah.
I'll buy the fixins. I've got the good cherries, the Luxardo cherries. I have a bottle and a half of them. I just haven't been using them.
Well, now you have an excuse to use them.
Have you ever had the Luxardo cherries?
No, I haven't.
$25 a bottle.
That's why I haven't had them.
Well,
I'm a broke young adult.
These were a gift.
She's not buying $25 cherries.
No.
These were a gift. And you had, when you were a kid, you kind of liked maraschino cherries.
Love maraschino cherries.
Well, these you would never have another maraschino cherry.
Can you tie a cherry stem in a knot with your tongue?
I can.
Me too. What about you?
No.
Oh.
Okay. That requires effort.
Takes too
much. Does require a lot of effort.
Gina's tongue also likes to remain seated.
That's fair.
That's my sign off.
All right.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We got a couple messages and then some news on the way.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly. And it says, hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes me my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked at this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really? Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh, no, it says Gumthrie.
Gumthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radios on.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
Oh, I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here.
Today, says Matt. Oh, it says subject. Hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front and This Blood's for You on the back. Of course, it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes.
It was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, we have some really interesting people working here. They continued to mumble about how interesting I am and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt Timian, our intern.
Him and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want. Have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can throw him. I can throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant moral.
X96.
All right, 9:17. Time for some news brought to you by
Clark Planetarium is an out-of-this-world experience. It's a blast for all ages, 3 floors of free exhibits, and a breathtaking full-dome theater and IMAX theater. Something for everyone. Open 7 days a week at the Gateway in downtown Salt Lake.
Well, Tucker Carlson's continuous use of the C word is on display in many unredacted Dominion voting lawsuit documents. Following his firing from Fox News early last week, reporting has suggested a broad variety of reasons, among them, as the Daily Beast Confider newsletter reported, his frequent use of the vulgar and misogynistic C word to define female colleagues. Previously unreported text messages between Carlson and his straight news colleague, chief political anchor Bret Baier, which were obtained and reviewed by the Daily Beast, further confirm Carlson's repeated use of the slur. The text messages are part of redacted court filings from Dominion Voting Systems' now settled defamation suit against Fox. A source familiar with the lawsuit confirmed their veracity. As Fox News on Wednesday argued in court that media outlets should not be able to unseal more redacted materials from the lawsuit, claiming that their $787.5 million settlement was paid to buy peace. In a November 20th, 2020 chat, Baer told Carlson that the Sidney Powell thing is troubling. She's that attorney.
Release the Kraken.
Referring to the Trump lawyer's refusal to provide evidence for her on-air claims that Dominion had rigged the election for Biden. See her answer to you on Maria this AM. Ugh, Baer wrote before sharing a link to an article on Powell, telling Maria Bartiromo on her Fox Business Network show that Carlson was insulting, demeaning, and rude. Does she attack me? Carlson wondered. Says you were rude. That's why she didn't respond, Baer said. C word, and I mean it. Carlson replied. Yeah.
And I mean it. Okay.
And that's just one example of him doing that. You know, Geraldo Rivera is he's kind of crazy,
but sometimes
he speaks the truth sometimes, and there's something about him I've always both laughed at and liked.
Yeah.
And he's been very outspoken about Tucker Carlson and how much he's glad he's gone and so forth and so on. Well, Geraldo, who's been a co-host of the top-rated The Five program on Fox, tweeted on Thursday that his appearances on the show this week have been canceled. My appearances today and tomorrow on The Five have been canceled. I'm sure there's a good reason. Never fear, I'll be back week after next. Stay safe and happy, thanks, he wrote without offering any explanation. Rivera he shares the liberal seat on The Five.
Is that the blue chair? Is that the...
With Jessica Tarlov and sometimes former Democratic Representative Harold Ford of Tennessee, but he hasn't appeared on the show since April 21st, which was also Tucker Carlson's last day. Geraldo is one of the more outspoken left-leaning voices on Fox News, and often tweets his takes on various topics. On April 26, after Carlson's abrupt firing, Geraldo tweeted, "I don't wish ill on anybody, but there is no doubt, as I said at the time, Tucker Carlson's perverse January 6th conspiracy theory was bull ass."
Mm-hmm.
And now he's not. I just don't think. I think that's a good thing. I don't know how he can stand to sit next to Greg Gutfeld.
I think they should replace Tucker's slot with Geraldo. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
They would never do that.
No. The hottest beach in Utah, downtown Salt Lake.
Huh?
Beach?
State Street, 9 South. There's a big pit where the
Sears
used to be. There's a lake there now. There's a funny article in the it's the Deseret News today where Meg Walter, and she's got a beach chair.
She's funny. I like her. She's a good writer.
She's got a beach chair and everything. She's set up next to the Witten. I noticed it the other day myself. I thought, geez, somebody ought to be, floating some boats on that or something.
I'm just waiting for it to turn into a giant mosquito farm. Is that what's going to...
Unless it's already that.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen them yet.
It'll be a hospital is what it'll be.
That is what's going there.
Yeah. Sign up for Where to Eat. No, sorry, that's not it. Ever since she met thousands of her neighbors while running... I don't know why it's written this way. Somebody dumped hundreds of pounds of pasta along the banks of a river in New York or New Jersey.
Waste of perfectly good pasta?
Yeah, they're not sure what's happened here. It's that there are piles of pasta dumped by the side of a stream.
It sounds like a restaurant or something.
Hundreds of pounds of spaghetti, macaroni, and alphabet shapes in large piles by the side of a stream in a wooded area in New Jersey. People often dump construction materials there, which isn't that great that they pollute the waterways. There were literally 25 feet of pasta that had been dumped. and nobody seems to know who did it or why. There must have been, they say there must be 500 pounds of pasta dumped on the side of the river.
It's just some
500
maybe it's
pounds?
maybe it was contaminated pasta and they couldn't sell it
Dunno.
and they had to.
Let's see. There's a new show coming on. Let's see. Is it HBO? And I'll bet a lot of people will watch this. It's called Bama Rush. Have you heard about this? Bama Rush. It's HBO Max, although it's just Max. Their upcoming documentary promises to pull back the curtain on the long-held traditions and newly beloved hashtags of sorority recruitment at the University of Alabama.
Okay.
Known simply as Bama Rush to the loyal Tic Tac followers, the cutthroat recruitment process first went viral in August of 2021 when users around the globe found themselves mysteriously captivated with the social schedules and daily outfit announcements of Alabama students in pursuit of a sorority bid.
That is a lot of girls.
And I could not want to do that any less.
I know, for real. I look at that and I'm like, yeah, I would not fit in. My female soccer team was enough girls in my life at that point.
I watched a little bit of the trailer without the sound on this morning.
Mm.
These are all hot Southern girls.
Yeah. These are not my people.
rushing for this sorority. And they look to all be pretty much horrible people as far as I can tell.
They're not my people.
Let's see. So the coronation going on, right?
Tomorrow, I believe.
Tomorrow. Yeah. An emerald and diamond brooch worn at 3 royal coronations is for sale in London for £350,000, which is about $437,277 in U.S. The brooch, in the design of a dragonfly, was commissioned by the 5th Countess of Ross. To wear at the coronation of King George V and Queen Mary in June of 1911.
All right.
To create the unique piece of jewelry, the Countess of Ross gave the crown jeweler Gerard & Company 2 Colombian emerald briolet drops from a pair of existing earrings and commissioned a brooch to be made from
I
them.
would like a brooch made out of these, please.
King George V and Queen Mary were the grandparents of the late Queen Elizabeth II, and the distinctive brooch was also worn at her 1953 coronation and to the coronation of George VI.
Well, why are they selling it?
Money. Old royalty, all they got is their name these days, I think. Let's see, I'm trying to see if it says precisely why they're...
I don't know I'd wear a brooch.
I don't wear it anymore. It's either that or donated to the Deseret Industries.
Brooches aren't in fashion anymore.
Brooches have made a comeback.
Have they?
I think. I saw somebody wearing a lovely brooch just the other day.
A lovely brooch.
I'm going to start wearing a brooch.
I have like 3 brooches for my grandmother, but I have never worn them.
Who was it that I saw wearing a really nice-looking brooch? I meant to comment on it.
Do you just wear a brooch just on any shirt, or
I
is there
mean,
like a
has to be on
specific thing that it's supposed to hold
usually
together?
on a collar. It
Kind of has to be on a jacket, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I guess you can wear it wherever you want.
See, I don't even know how to wear brooches.
Well, I don't even want to broach the subject.
I was just going to say.
I don't. Let's see. That's it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Weather?
So we're in a pattern. The pattern is it's cooler. Highs in the mid to low 60s. Overnight lows in the 40s. And we have off and on chance of showers all the way through Monday night. It looks like anywhere between 20 to 50% chance. Thunderstorms possible Saturday night, it looks like. Today, looks like mostly afternoon is when we'll see that. It's just kind of cool, rainy several days.
Love it.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. We've got an interview with Joyce University and more. And Boner of the Week coming up with Dave the Flower Guy, so stick around. KXRK Provo.
Kellogg's launching a new cereal.
Yes.
Kellogg's teaming up with the animated kids TV show Miraculous, Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir, for the introduction of a new macaroon-flavored Kellogg's Miraculous cereal.
Sounds delicious.
Kellogg's Miraculous cereal features sweet strawberry-flavored pink and purple cereal pieces with white marshmallows. The new offering represents Kellogg's first-ever macaron-flavored cereal. You can find Kellogg's Miraculous cereal at retailers nationwide starting this month. And
Carrie, you're our cereal specialist. So
Well, I just need to find it. I also hear rumors of a strawberry frosted flakes out there.
Ooh.
I haven't seen that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I've heard that rumor. I need to. Apparently, it's at Walmart, but I don't go to Walmart, so hopefully.
This one is it just says at retailers nationwide. So.
The thing is about the strawberry frosted flakes. Pink Panther cereal, a long time ago.
Right.
That was strawberry frosted flakes. So, what is going on?
And
here?
is the flake strawberry or is the frosting
Or is the
strawberry?
frosting.
These are two different things.
It's the frosting is I don't think the flake is strawberry flavored. It's the frosting. It would be difficult to make a strawberry flavored flake, I think.
They could do it.
I used to love Frosted Flakes, though. They were great.
Mm-hmm.
They were what?
They were
great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, they were.
They still are.
I haven't had them for years. That was what's his name too, wasn't it? For Thurl Ravenscroft.
Thurl Ravenscroft. Yeah. There's a Minecraft Frosted Flakes with little marshmallows in it. But I'll try this miraculous one.
Yeah.
I'll try them all.
I don't know anything. You know that show, the kid show, Miraculous Tales of Ladybug?
I'm not
and
familiar
Cat Noir?
with the cartoon, but the cereal sounds wonderful.
Macaron flavor.
It's in the studio.
We do. We have Dr. Carrie, I want to say, is it Leone or Leone?
Leone.
Leone.
Yep.
Dr. Carrie Leone, who is the Assistant Director of Nursing Faculty for Joyce University of Nursing and Health Sciences. And it's we're going to talk about Nurses Week and Joyce University. But first, why is it Joyce University?
Well, we chose the name Joyce University because it feels like
little
it
closer.
matches who we are as a university. It's a university that offers nursing and health sciences. We have several programs. We have associate degree, bachelor's degree, RN to BSN, and some master's degree programs.
And you're a doctor of nursing?
Yes, I am.
And what is it? Tell me what a doctor of nursing, how is that different from just being a nurse?
Well, it's a higher degree. You have
Well,
to get
yeah.
a doctorate degree, obviously.
Yeah.
But basically, I went into leadership, right? So there's lots of different avenues you can go into as a nurse, or you can do a nurse practitioner. I went into leadership because I care more about, kind of leading people in nursing.
And administrative work and things like that.
Absolutely, yes.
And what's a nurse practitioner as opposed to a nurse?
A nurse practitioner can actually work in clinics and hospitals. They're more like, the kind that treat people similar to a doctor, only a little bit different.
And I assume, so Joyce University offers degrees in everything except, I didn't hear you say you don't have a doctorate program, or do you?
We don't yet. In the future, we will.
Yes, you will have it.
Yes.
How many students are in Joyce University?
Oof, we have a lot right now. I couldn't even tell you. I'd have to look at the enrollment numbers, but we have a lot.
So it's going well. I mean,
absolutely.
But there seems to always be a need for nurses.
Yes, there is.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Give some people that may be thinking about going into nursing some good reasons to enter that career at this time.
Well, one of the best reasons is it's serving otheers. It's a way to give back. It's a labor of love, basically. If you don't care about people, you definitely shouldn't do it.
Yeah. I've been under the care of lots of nurses in my time. And my grandmother was a nurse. She was a private nurse.
Yeah.
She worked and she would go at night and be at people's homes and stay with them. But I've had the care of nurses all my life, one way or another. And I always wonder, how do you do this? How is it that you do this when I'm like this?
Well, that's why during Nurses Week it's a nice time to celebrate nurses. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, nurses are always on the front lines, whether it's a hospital or a clinic, even around the world, right? So like I said, it is a labor of love and service. It's just a way to give back and celebrate nurses. So that's why we have Nurses Week.
And Joyce University is partnering with SWIG this week, right?
Yes.
Talk
Yes, we
about
are.
that.
So Joyce University has partnered with SWIG. So anywhere in Utah on May the 6th, you can go to the SWIG.
Tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow, anytime tomorrow, go to a SWIG and show your nurse's badge or your student nurse's badge. You can get a 24-ounce drink or a cookie. And that's just because we wanted to show the community of nurses and nursing students that we care about them.
How many male nurses, male or men are becoming nurses more and more? Or what's the ratio, do you know?
It's still small, but it is definitely growing. When I went to nursing school back in 2008, we had one male with us, but now we're seeing a lot. It's not 50-50, but definitely a lot more.
Yeah, it's and I'm of an age that I always, whenever I think of a nurse, I think, oh, that's that nice woman.
But you've had male nurses.
Oh yes, I've had several. As a matter of fact, we were talking about nursing some time ago on the show, and a nurse that I had a home health nurse for a while, and he texted and said, "Yeah, come on, Bill. You know there are male nurses. I was in your house.
I nursed you myself."
Yeah.
Right.
So how do people get into Joyce University? What's the best way to apply and all of that?
Go to joyce.edu. We have all the admission requirements there, but basically it's like a little TEAS test that they take, and that shows whether they're ready to get in or not. But basically, it's a very high admittance rate for people.
Do you have to have any kind of education beyond high school?
Nope, we have general education right at our school.
So you don't even have to have completed high school, I'll bet.
Well, yes, you do.
You
You
do
definitely have to have completed high school.
Okay, high school.
But yes, beyond that, we have all the general education required for nursing.
All right. It's Joyce University.
It's joyce.edu.
Oh, just Joyce, JOYCE.edu.
And if you want to learn more about Nurses Day specifically in that special that is running at SWIG tomorrow, it's joyce.edu/Nurses Day.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Leone.
Thank you.
And come again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
That just makes me want to go to SWIG tomorrow. I mean, I'm not a nurse, but
if you're a nurse and would like to take me to SWIG,
but it's a reminder that I like to go there and get a vanilla Diet Coke.
And if you're a nurse and you want to take me to SWIG, I'll go, but I'll pay for an upgrade.
Yeah.
How's that? Okay.
Yeah, because they're paying for a drink or a cookie, so you could buy them a cookie.
I'll buy the cookie.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Leone.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with a song, and then our boner of the week with Dave the Flower Guy, KXRK Provo.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
The excitement has been building all morning, and anticipation is high. The house lights will soon be dimmed, and the stage lights will illuminate the game show stage as we begin to play Beat Gina. I'm professional announcer Johnny Ola.
Yes.
You know, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette, and that's not a guess, not just a trend, but an actual fact based on the statements of doctors themselves to 3 nationally known independent research organizations.
Every doctor in private practice from Maine to California, family physicians, surgeons, specialists, doctors in every field was asked, what cigarette do you smoke? You see, doctors smoke for pleasure, just like the rest of us. They appreciate, just as you, a mildness that's cool and easy on the throat.
Yes.
And they named Camels, more of them named Camels, as a matter of fact, than any other brand. Next time you buy cigarettes, buy Camels. And when doctors from coast to coast were asked, who's your favorite game show host?
The
answer was overwhelming. Almost every single one of them named the host that's cool and easy on the eyes, Carrie Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
Johnny Ola, professional game show announcer. All right? Oh,
the throat's a little raw.
All right. Well, the randomizer has picked a contestant. Valerie is here. Hello, Valerie.
Hello.
All right, Valerie, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game if you win the toss. Heads or tails? Tell me.
Heads.
Coin toss app says heads, Gina.
Speaking of heads, you are one step closer to winning those tickets to see Dirty Heads. They're coming to Island Glow this upcoming June 17th.
All right, there you go. We'll let you have the first question then, Valerie. If you answer it correctly, you get the point. If not, I will allow Gina to answer that question correctly, and she will steal the point away from you, probably, because it's AC/DC trivia. And if you win, Valerie, you get those tickets. If not, what are you prepared to do in Gina's name?
I'll donate $50 to the Humane Society.
That would be great.
At that. Okay. All right. First question is for Valerie. It's Angus Young's birthday today, so AC/DC trivia is the subject. Here we go. First question for Valerie. AC/DC won an award for selling 10 million copies of which album? Is it 1, Rivers of Brown? Is it 2, Highway to Hell? 3, Back in Black? Or 4, The Government Totally Sucks?
Was it Back in Black?
Back in Black is correct.
There's a point for you, Valerie. Good job. Now, Gina.
Gina.
Yes.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Which AC/DC album was the last to feature the late Bon Scott?
Oh.
Was it 1, Flutes and Trombones, 2, High Voltage, 3, Highway to Hell, or 4, Simply Jazz?
Highway to Hell.
Highway to Hell is correct.
It's 1-1.
All right.
Valerie's turn.
Valerie. Which AC/DC song tells of the woman who's working double time on the seduction line? Is it 1, Beelzebub Boss, 2, You Shook Me All Night Long, 3, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, or 4, Women Time?
Is it Dirty Deeds?
No.
Oh, Valerie. Oh.
Chance to steal.
You shook me all night long.
I purposely gave Valerie the easy one.
I know you did.
All right.
Yeah, that was mean.
That was
mean. I was trying to help you. All right.
It's 2-1 in favor of Gina, and Gina controls the question, so she could win with this answer.
All right.
Put your shoes on, Valerie.
Yeah, I would say. Here we go.
Get out your checkbook.
Here we go. 42, 39, 56. Were whose measurements? Were whose measurements according to the 1977 AC/DC tune? Was it 1, Mrs. Satan, 2, Rosie, 3, Josie, or 4, Gwyneth?
That is a whole lot of Rosie.
Oh, that was...
And Gina wins the game.
We kind of predicted that would happen. Yeah.
Oh, Valerie. You seem like a nice person, Valerie.
Does she?
It's not really fair, really.
No,
I mean,
this was
know.
not a fair contest.
No.
I feel bad about this. Even though I beat you, I'm going to go ahead and give you those tickets anyway to see Dirty Heads on June 17th.
There you go, Valerie.
Nice, huh?
Hang on the line, and somebody will tell you how to collect your tickets.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
hang on.
Listen, you know how they say smoke them if you got them?
Yes.
Well, I got them, and I'm going to go smoke them.
Do it.
9:43. A little Duran Duran for you with Come Undone. And it is officially time.
Well, wait a minute. One second.
Oh,
We'll
sorry.
get to Boner of the Week in a second. I see Ivy from Booze Teak is
Yes.
here.
Yes.
And she brought Katie a gift.
Yeah.
We were talking about these Luxardo cherries.
Yeah.
Made in Italy. And Ivy sells them at Booze Teak. And they're not cheap.
No.
I don't know if the price is on there.
It is.
It's like, I think, they're $25 or something like
It's
that.
$26.99,
Yeah.
$27.
So there's a very nice gift.
Thank you.
And there's one problem here.
Huh.
You said you like maraschino cherries.
Uh-huh.
You will never want to eat another maraschino cherry.
That's what I'm worried
as
about.
long as you live.
But I'm definitely going to go make a cocktail with this tonight.
Those and that jar actually, I mean, it's $26 or whatever, but that will last you a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it depends on how many cocktails you drink.
Unless you, yeah.
And you know
I'm
what?
not an alcoholic, at least.
Don't put it in the refrigerator.
No, I will leave it on my my liquor. I have a liquor like rolling cart.
Yeah, it's weird to think about a jar with something like cherries in it, and that you don't put it in the fridge.
It's too much. The sugar will crystallize, and you don't want that. It's a very thick syrup.
Yes, yeah.
And it's delicious poured over ice cream.
Oh, that's a good
A
thought.
couple of cherries on top of it, but it's mostly delicious in a Manhattan.
I'm so excited to
Yeah.
try this. Ivy, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
She is, and she was just at Booze Teak. Just for a second, we can give her a
Ivy's
little plug.
Ivy's the one who turned me on to those
Yeah.
cherries. I'd never had them before.
She was telling me last time she was here that so Ivy goes to estate sales
Mm-hmm.
and buys like cool old barware, like old martini glasses and things. And I bought some of those from her before. But like if you have a anniversary or a wedding or a birthday party, Booze Teak is a great place to shop for presents like that.
And it's convenient to the liquor store.
It's right.
The wine store is right around the corner. It's on like fourth, third south, and fourth east.
Yeah, it's on
where
Broadway.
it's where the Ute car wash is.
Yeah. It's right up the street from here.
Yes. All right, let's get on with the boner of the week. Oh, Dave, you're here. I didn't even notice you.
He's right there.
How you doing?
Fine.
Maybe you should have a cocktail with no.
He could just have some cherries. He doesn't have to have.
Yeah, those cherries are really good. Dave, the flower guy, is here. How have things been at Dave and Buster's? Have you been over there this week?
Yeah, of course.
Do people say, "Are you the Dave from Dave and Buster's? Are you the Dave in the?"
No, you should fake him out and say, "No, I'm Buster. My real name is Dave, but I'm Buster at Dave and Buster's." Did you win anything good?
Not lately.
Uh-huh.
There's the iPad.
Just the
iPad.
He had so many tickets, he could get an iPad. So.
Well, don't break the place, okay? Don't bankrupt
Dave
it.
put him out of business.
Actually, Dave's keeping them in business, I think. All right, are you ready to select Boner of the Week?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to give you the 5 candidates, and then you, in your wisdom, tell us who the winner is. Let's see, number 1 from Monday. That seems a long time ago. It was Senator Mike Lee, who's a bully. He talking about trans kids. Let's see, what did he say?
Remember what that was?
Commonplace. Oh, it was the BYU professor.
That's what it was.
She has a trans
transgender
child.
Yeah,
and talked about it and has talked about it in one of her classes every year. And Mike Lee tweeted about, well, this is par for the course on most college campuses, but BYU.
You wouldn't expect it there, and she's been there for years. I guess she's
done that for years. Yeah.
It says here he's a bully, and I should have added and a turd. Number 2 from turd's a funny word, isn't it? Number 2 from Tuesday: 10 reasons not to vote for Marsha Blackburn and/or Donald Trump. It's Montana, right? Yeah. Senator Marsha Blackburn, who sent out fundraising 10 reasons to not vote for Joe Biden. And to me, those were 10 reasons not to vote for Marsha Blackburn or Donald Trump.
Exactly.
Number 3 from Wednesday: Tucker is not becoming a monster. He is a monster. Tucker Carlson sent one of his producers hours after Trump Trump supporters had been storming the Capitol. They were beating up a kid, an Antifa kid. They said he was Antifa, and Trump supporters, Proud Boys, were beating up this kid. And Tucker Carlson's watching the video of it, and he said, "That's not how white men fight."
Whew.
Number 4 from Thursday. I could have at least put fresh batteries in it. A woman and her roommate. The woman discovers that her vibrator is missing. Wonder where it is. She goes and looks in her roommate's drawer. There it is in her roommate's bedside drawer. Gross. But she could have at least put fresh batteries in it, you know. And then boner candidate number 5 from today is the students at a school in Ohio electing a prom queen, king and queen who are transgender and LGBTQ students. Most of the students support it. Most of the people in the town say it's okay, but there are some malcontents, and one guy said he wanted to shoot up the school because of it. There you go, Dave. Those are 5 candidates. Who's the worst? Today? Number 5.
Yeah, number 5.
All right. I think I would agree with that.
Yes. They
Yep.
looked like such a great couple. I thought they looked great.
Yeah.
Well, that's your boner of the week. We still got a couple more minutes here.
Well, I haven't given you your Kentucky Derby.
That's right.
Horses yet, and that's this weekend. I can give you one too.
Will you give me one that's alive?
That's a
Give me. I'm sorry.
That's terrible.
Okay.
I mean, there's a dark side to this. I'll admit.
Yes, there is. Give me one that's not going to break a fetlock.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm going to give Carrie hit show, or it's a hit show.
Oh,
because
okay.
there's too
Yeah.
many shows, and
Makes
it's
sense.
TV, and it's. Bill, I'm going to give you Skinner.
Okay. Do we have any idea what odds there are for Skinner?
Skinner's about middle of the pack.
Even?
Yeah.
Okay.
Katie, I'm going to give you Madge, like magic.
I love
you
it,
Like,
yes.
'cause you're a magical lady.
Thank you.
You like a.
I appreciate that.
Let's see, Dave. I'm going to give you Rocket Can. Rocket Can is
Rocket
yours.
Can.
Yeah.
I like that name.
Yeah. And I'm going to take Forte because he's picked to win.
Oh,
Plus
okay. I
Plus,
see.
it means strong. It means
He's picked not to stumble.
yeah. he's picked to win. So do you want some Kentucky Derby facts, real quick?
Sure.
Let's see. Kentucky Derby started by the grandson of William Clark of Lewis and Clark. I didn't know that.
You ever had a mint julep?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, they're strong.
They are strong. Let's see. How many horses run in the Kentucky Derby? Each year, 20 horses race. The race is 1.5 miles long. It used to be 1.5. Now it's 1.25. There are 35 different races that take place across the country, which are known as the Road to the Kentucky Derby. The top 4 horses in each of those races receive points, and at the end of the race, the most points gain entry to the Kentucky Derby.
And then so they go from the Kentucky Derby to the Belmont?
There's the Belmont, the Preakness.
That's just the 3 for the Triple
that's the
Crown.
Triple Crown.
So what's after the Derby? Is it the Belmont or the Preakness?
I can't remember which one.
And
is
how
next.
do obviously the winner of the Derby goes there if they want
Not-
to. They
not
don't have
always.
to. Yeah, they don't have to. But the winner of the Derby and how is it like the top 3? Where do they get the other horses from?
I mean, a lot of them are repeats from the Derby,
Mm-hmm.
but not all of them. And I'm reading a book right now called Horse, which is about a very.
Is it about horses?
It's about it's about a very famous racehorse that they pulled from racing because he went blind. He raced blind for a while.
Wow.
Was it old Stewball?
No, his name was Lexington.
Oh.
But he lived to be a ripe old age,
Mhm.
and they think I wish this would be for all racehorses. They'd run like 1 or 2 races, and then you put them out to stud, and they can make millions of dollars by just putting them out to stud, and they have a great life.
Who's the greatest?
The horse went blind.
Who was the greatest racehorse of all time? Was it Seabiscuit?
Secretariat.
Secretariat?
Yeah.
Why Secretariat? Just won the most races?
Just was outperform. It wasn't winning the most races. It was just outperforming every race he was in by like no one even came close. He was just that fast.
Even better than Seabiscuit.
Yes.
Okay. How about Flicka? How did Flicka do?
Your friend Flicka?
Yeah. Did Flicka do okay?
No, Flicka was not. Flicka was a.
It's the only other horse I know right offhand. Oh, no, that's not true. I know Silver.
Yeah, Hi-Ho.
And I know
Trigger. You know Trigger.
I know Trigger, and I know that that the Lone Ranger's nephew's horse's name was Victor.
See, I didn't even know that.
His nephew Dan.
Dan and his horse Victor?
Yeah. Dan, who was the Green Hornet, who became the Green Hornet.
Oh.
I think.
Does Spirit count, the animated Disney
Sure.
movie? I know that one.
Matt Damon. It's Matt Damon.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Damon does the voice
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Spirit.
Matt Damon is not a horse.
Well, the animated horse is a horse. It was a good
Trigger.
movie.
I had Trigger's autograph. My yeah. My dad. I don't know whatever became. No, it was my dad was in the airport and he ran into Roy Rogers, and Roy Rogers signed my dad's airline ticket. You know, the packet.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Roy Rogers and Trigger.
But
Nice.
it wasn't like a hoof print?
No.
Oh.
It was Roy Rogers.
I wanted.
The horse was not with him.
I wanted a hoof print.
Just
What
a
was-
single hoof print.
What was Dale Evans' horse's name?
You know more than I do about it.
I can't think. I do know it. I just can't think of it right now. Dale Evans' horse and
I'm gonna look. Dale Evans' horse name was
it'll
Buttermilk.
Yep, that's right. Buttermilk.
One of the most amazing horses I ever knew. She was a show horse. My aunt owned her before she died, and she lived a long life. Her name was Nevada, and she was one of the best show horses around in Montana through Utah and things like that. And I was heartbroken when she died. I think she was the very first horse I ever rode when I was a child.
Did you ever meet the flying horse with the flying tail?
No,
No.
didn't meet that.
Okay.
Black Beauty. Somebody says you know Black
yeah,
Beauty.
Black
Yeah,
Beauty. Of
there we
course.
go.
Black Beauty. Did you ever meet the man from Snowy River?
Love the man from Snowy.
So you met him.
No, but I love that movie.
Trying to think of famous horse. Mr. Ed. There's another famous horse
See,
for
you
you.
know all kinds of famous
I
ones.
am Mr. Ed.
I'm gonna watch The Man from Snowy River this
And
weekend.
I'm going to watch an episode of Mr. Ed.
There
Oh,
we-
Wilbur.
Should we do our promo?
You know
and-
how they made Mr. Ed talk? I mean, they did a guy did
Yeah,
the voice.
it wasn't actually him talking.
But they did, so his lips would
Uh-huh.
move. They'd put peanut butter on the inside
Oh.
of his mouth, so they could go like this to get peanut butter off of his.
It's really entertaining to watch that with dogs, too.
I am Mr. Ed.
All right, promo?
Oh, yeah. Radio from Hell will be back full strength Monday morning.
Thank God. Carrie Jackson will be back pink and well rested.
Why, thank God. Has it been so horrible just being here with me?
No, of course not. I love you, Bill Allred. Also, thank God Frank Christ will be back too.
Why, thank God. Has it been so terrible being here with me?
No, of course not. I love you, Francis Christ.
Oh, you damn right you do.
Everything back to normal Monday morning here on X96.
That's about as normal as you can get.
All right.
Mr. Ed.
Any super exciting plans for this weekend for any of you?
No. Trying to think. No, probably not.
I got Dungeons and Dragons. That's about it.
I need to rest. That's what I need.
Napping. I'm
Napping.
planning. This is actually great napping weather.
Yes, it really is. You don't feel bad that you're like wasting a really nice day. It's cloudy. It's cool.
Napping weather.
I'm with you.
You're going to nap with Gina?
No,
separate
separately,
napping.
but
Oh.
like maybe at the same time. I don't know.
All
But I
right.
am going to take a nap today. That's going to happen.
All right.
Well, Carrie would say, live long and prosper, bitches.
And I would say, don't you know who I am?
And I would say my tongue also remains seated.
All right. Marcy is next.
The formative years of